Greetings, everyone. Good morning and hello. How's it going, Flannel Violin, Migashu, the Ed Haas, Core FTW, Dozy Lion, getting knocked over by feathers, K-Man 600, Malkavian 24, Hack and Slashin', Background Sculpt, Faley, Horst, Regina 7, hello. Hello, Zilver. Very smart TM, hey yeah, to you as well. Dark Freak, how's it going, howdy? And hey to everybody who's lurking as well. It's great to have you all here for some Saturday Slay the Spire. Feeling some A20 in me today, although it might be secretly Ascension 19 still. The last time we played A20, I had just ported over my save file from the beta branch to the main branch, and something about that prevented the second Act 3 boss from spawning, even though we were on Ascension 20. But everything else worked. So we had a couple confused runs on our last quote-unquote A20 stream, where we didn't actually fight Ascension 20. But anyhow, we'll be testing that today by, you know, playing a run on Ascension 20, and I suppose we'll see at the end of Act 3 if we have one or two bosses, and that'll let me know if I fixed it or not. Got Hades after seeing me play it, and do not regret it. Hades is a game we'll definitely be seeing more of on the stream. Might even be playing some today, after a couple Spire runs. Shouldn't I be on live to test that? Beta branch is part of the fix. That was the fix, in fact, was just switching back to beta branch. I have not tested it on live, nor do I want to sort that out from that end at the moment. Lets me know if there's a bigger problem at stake as well, testing it this way, I suppose. Let's see, so our last run was with Watcher. Excellent. Good times, and that means we get to start out with the Iron Boy today, here on Ascension 20. We are on the right, yeah, Baylor 20. Good. Let's embark. Let us embark. Do not have a whale bonus, that's okay, I suppose. That is okay by me. Means we either get to take a first three combats, which could lead to a Burning Elite Snipe, if both of these end up being events. That's pretty exciting. The act after the Burning Elite Snipe is pretty decent looking as well. Otherwise, I may be trying to go up this way. It looks pretty suicidal, quite frankly. And we can always go, like, this way. We only end up fighting one elite if I do that, but in a Guardian Act, that's not so bad. Or we can end up just getting prepped enough, if it is a third fight, to fight the Burning Elite with all of our hit points. That seems pretty reasonable, too. Gold Nail and Wing Statue, oh boy. Yeah, I would like that very much. Like that very much. Other option is just 7 max health, and that's a perfectly valid way to start an A20 run. Then I'm like trying to knock out the Burning Elite, and that goes poorly sometimes. Only sometimes, though. Let's take the 1 hit point. And we maybe get ourselves a free elite here, which I would like very much. It also means we get to be fully healed. Flex, Body Slam, and Pummel. Interesting. The speedrunner in me... We did a lot of Ironclad speedruns recently, with the Ironclad A0 to A20 run a couple of days ago. And it was really hard to not just click on Flex there because of that. I had to, like, restrain myself. Yeah, yesterday's we had a, for those who didn't catch yesterday's stream, by the way, we did some low ladder runs, and one of the runs, which I just highlighted this morning, was the Ascension 5 defect run, which took 0 points of damage from combats for the whole run, beginning to end. We killed Hexaghost on turn 2. We killed... Was it Bronze Automaton on turn 2? Or maybe it was a Collector, maybe. We killed Transient on turn 2. We killed Donu and Deca on turn 1. We killed Spire Spear and Spire Shield on turn 1. And we perfected the Heart on turn 3. It was very, very silly. Carried by another Silent Discard deck. That is quite the journey to A20, Rengar. Amazing. I take Body Slam, Pummel. I think Pummel is the most universally useful here. It's a decent, like, little attack. Gets itself exhausted. Works well with Strength, which we're almost always looking to pick up on Ironclad, especially in the early game. There's a world where this Body Slam is correct, but I don't know what world that is, and I don't think that I live in that world. Let's grab the Pummel. It's a card that does damage. It's usually a smart pick early up. Inflame to go with the Pummel seems immediately appealing. I like this Cleave as well, and we can afford both of them. I could take Carnage just as a big beefy damage card, and I think I would lean more heavily towards Carnage if it weren't for the Inflame Pummel combination here. See you later, Pearly Whirly. Hope the walking clinic gives you good news. And that you feel better soon. Leave. Let's see. Other options include picking up a potion here. I would be really interested in an attack potion, a fear potion, or a fire potion, just to make this... We do want to prep for the Burning Elite, just in case we don't get it for free. We need to be able to take it on, because I would really like to do that. That gives us access to this pathing, too. We get 3 fires, take out another elite. Or we can go to the shop. But we're already in a shop. And we're spending all of our money here, so... Yeah, let's take Inflame Cleave. Cleave's a nice AoE card, scales well with Strength, will be good against hallway fights in the later half of this act, it'll be good against stuff in Act 2. Very sad membership card indeed. Battle Trance is also really good. And there's maybe a world where Battle Trance Cleave is the right pick here. It's hard not to take that Inflame. I don't think I can avoid taking that Inflame right now. Much as I want a Battle Trance. Okay, 1 event. Spin the wheel. Ooh. I like. Oh, I like. Start of combat, draw 2 additional cards. Ooh, yes. Very nice. Damn. Okay, no free Burning Elite. But I think we're... Wow. Yeah, we're gonna be fine. These cards are good. Wow. All of these hit all enemies, so we're getting AoE damage no matter what. Our potion's helpful. Shockwave is weak and vuln, that'll be good against Gremlin Knob. And Lagavulin, Whirlwind, and Combust will be better against Sentries, although Combust is also good against Gremlin Knob. I don't know what I'm supposed to take here. So Whirlwind will scale nicely with Strength into the mid-game, and I really like Whirlwind with Bag of Prep to draw on turn 1. Can do a ton of damage in a big number of fights. Shockwave is an Ironclad staple. We pick up the first Shockwave we see in almost every Ironclad run, just because it's so damn useful at multiplying your damage output and reducing enemy damage output. Or Combust is a nice way to do some AoE and damage scaling in a lot of fights. And would really improve our survivability for the rest of the act by giving us tons of damage output. Combust falls off a little bit in the later game. Does open up routes like taking a Rupture, though. which is pretty cool. And it works really well if we find something like a self-forming clay. This is a tough pick. I feel like the Shockwave does a really good job against Gremlinob and Lagavulin. Especially Lagavulin, because we get to put it in play for free in that fight. I'm gonna take it. If I didn't have the Cleave, I probably would have taken the Whirlwind there. But the Cleave makes that a little bit different. Elixir lets us exhaust cards in our hand. That's... Between... Let's see, looking at these 3 attacks, we definitely want to add one of them. Headbutt lets us get stuff back on top of the deck. That can be really good with Pummel that we didn't play after we get the Inflame down. That can be really good with giving us a second chance at playing Shockwave, and as we pick up more cards, it'll let us get manipulation going. Sever Soul, I think, is too expensive and too low damage to usually be worth it. You really have to, like, want the exhaust all non-attack cards in your hand part of this card, or you have to have no better options in front of you for Sever Soul to be good. Hemokinesis is quite powerful, too. We do damage to ourselves in order to do a ton of additional damage to an enemy, and this has a really good upgrade, getting +4 damage and mitigating the self-damage a bit. Going into the Burning Elite, Hemokinesis is going to be the exact kind of card we want, something that just does tons of damage, and that's going to get multiplied by the Shockwave, too. But we'll want something like Headbutt more in the Guardian fight. I'm going to grab this Headbutt for the later game, and we're going to upgrade our Inflame, I think, here. Don't need to upgrade any of the Vulnerable, we've got plenty. Pummel is not a very good upgrade, I don't think. Cleave is a reasonable one, for the +3 to all, although I like this a little bit later. Just get our Strength maxed out here when we play that. My favorite offensive card on Ironclad is Searing Blow, for sure. Definitely Searing Blow. Okay, I was kind of hoping that we would draw Shockwave on turn 1, but this is fine. Inflame on turn 1 is pretty good. Makes Pummel do 20. This is a Metallicizing Gremlinob. I'm wondering if we save the Pummel for after the Shockwave is down. Then I would do Headbutt Strike. That also means I'm higher chance to draw an attack. Wallop? Yeah. Yeah, they'd probably Wallop for Watcher, based on my card picking habits. Problems IRL is raiding the party up. Party? Raiding the stream up with a party. How's it going to Problems and everybody? Welcome to my Stram. Currently trying to figure out if I'm supposed to pummel the knob. No context required, obviously. You know what I mean. I think I don't pummel the knob. Let's see if I end up regretting that. I do regret not drawing Shockwave, that's for sure. We're taking at least 2 hits, right? Yeah. Ooh, should have played the Pummel the first time. I think we got lethal here anyway, though. Yeah, we do, okay. Definitely should have played Pummel the first time, with how the draws worked out there. Do get our potion back, so I feel pretty good about how I use that. War Paint here will upgrade 2 random skills, hopefully hitting Shockwave, but honestly I'm fine with 2 defends. But, what if I add a block card? Second Wind. Second Wind's my best option. Exhaust all non-attack cards in my hand. Gain block for each. Feels a little early for a Second Wind. I'm not sure I take any of this. As a Spire Explained, we literally just got started. You've seen all there is to see. Which is that we have a pretty good assortment of cards. I'm always happy with an early Shockwave on Ironclad and some pretty good attacks. And we just found frickin' War Paint. We are going, yeah, this way, right? I'm gonna grab this. Didn't even get upgraded. SMH. Tea with Iro. What's a dad joke? Sure thing. Sure thing. You know, I heard that a truck loaded with Vicks Vapor Rub overturned on the highway the other day. Amazingly, there was no congestion at all afterwards. Right after I upgraded Pummel? That's unfortunate. I will definitely take 2 attack upgrades, right? Damn it! 2 attacks, 2 strikes, whatever. Same thing, same thing. And Tyler G8 wants a chem fact. Today's chemistry facts are about mercury. Specifically the element, not the planet. Mercury metal, did you know, is a pure element. That at room temperature takes the form of liquid. It's one of the few metals that is, or actually one of few elements, period, that is a liquid at room temperature. And this liquid is so dense that you can throw if you have a significantly, you know, if you had, say, a bathtub filled with mercury metal, and you threw a steel bar into it, the steel bar would float on top. Also cannonballs. Yeah, cannonballs would float in it too. Do not try this at home. Do not. Okay, happy I upgraded Shockwave for this fight. We should have a really easy time here. Mercury is delicious. Do not attempt to ingest mercury, please. Despite how tasty it is. What if I was meant to elixir at one of those turns? I think I was. Feels like I was. Am I going to bother blocking? I don't think so. Let's see. Been following... Okay, yeah, I was gonna say. Huh. I wonder what the bot determines. Makes you worthy of being allowed to post links, because I know what I've told it to do, and it doesn't seem to be what it does. Oh well. True Grit, or sorry, no, Toxic Egg here is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. All skills we add from here on out will be upgraded. And we're staring a Flame Barrier Plus in the face. Going into Guardian here. Gain 16 block whenever you attack this turn, deal 6 back. I love this card. One of my favorite 2 energy blocks in the game. Right up with every other 2 energy block, because they're all really good. Had a chem teacher who was very fond of pranking people carrying around liquid mercury in his hand, which was actually just a decent amount of gallium. Gallium is fun. All the fun of playing with a liquid metal, with none of the horrible dangerousness that mercury entails usually. That's one of the other, I think like the only other metal that's a liquid at a close to room temperature. Melts at slightly above room temperature, so you can do things like make spoons out of it that'll melt in your hand, which are pretty cool. So we should probably consider the True Grit at least a little bit. We do want another block card, especially going into the Guardian fight here. I think I'm just going to take the Flame Barrier, though. That one just appeals way too hard. If I'm willing to get rid of my Inflame, I can second wind for quite a bit of block here. Professor Lemon wants another chemistry fact. I got more mercury facts for you. Did you know that mercury can be solidified into a wide variety of fairly toxic salt compounds? Mercury chloride, mercury... and mercury nitrate, which has been historically used to treat clothing and furs, mercury nitrate specifically. But if you were exposed to it too much, it would inflict varying amounts of brain damage. And this is where the English phrase "mad as a hatter" comes from. Hatters in particular used mercury nitrate to treat clothing that they worked with, and this frequently led to people in the profession becoming batty over time because they were being poisoned by the substance they were working with. Do I have any Freddie Mercury facts? I don't have any of those that I know. I like that. Alright, we want to just kill them both, I suppose. This feel like it puts me a bit behind without the strength, but
one of our
yeah.
most valued supporters.
It's still a kill though.
Says continued support of the XCOM project.
HH Don Vito, thank you so much for the 6 months of Twitch Prime support. Heckin'. Appreciate it. I was meant to play the shockwave there. Doesn't feel like it. Scrape by in this fight. Or do we? Strike, headbutt, not enough. Ah! Okay, here's where the Jawworm's Revenge comes in. The Jawworm's Revenge. We're 1 damage short. This is saving us 9 health, potentially. That's probably a good use of the Cullo's pot. Son of a... These don't do anything? Damn it. What do you mean these don't do anything? How rude. Normally an Armaments Plus is kind of appealing, but with a Toxic Egg, we're going to be adding a lot of already upgraded cards to the deck. That's right, Wolviller. We won't be doing any ladder streaking today. So the Spire content will be, I'm feeling in an A20 mood. So that's what I'm planning on playing. There might be some Hades later as well, but that depends on how I'm feeling. I like a Pummel Strike here, adding a bit more card draw, and it's a pretty decent attack upgrade too. We're going to be in want of good things to upgrade as we move forward. Would have been a nice turn to draw a Cleave, huh? And TPN wants another Mercury fact. Alright, sure. Absolutely. In addition to being used for poisoning clothiers, Mercury is one of the most frequently used things, or at least has been, most frequently used substances in the creation of barometers, devices for measuring atmospheric pressure. One Earth atmosphere of pressure is defined as 700, well, not defined as, is equivalent to 760 millimeters of mercury, which is essentially the height a column of mercury needs to be, about, you know, yay tall, 3/4 of a meter, in order to equal in pressure the weight of Earth's atmosphere. And I think that what that means is that for the same cross-sectional area, for the same, you know, for the same surface area, then 760 millimeters of mercury has the same, like a column of mercury 760 millimeters high has the same mass as an equally wide column of air going all the way up to space. All of the air from ground to space in that same column has the same mass, if I understand that correctly. Which is kind of mind-blowing. Quite a statement about the density of mercury compared to the density of air. So this feels like probably Shockwave Defend, though I'm not happy about it. Otherwise, I could do Defend and Flame Strike, kill one of them. Take 4. If I Shockwave, these will all become 4, and I also take 4. But then everybody's vulnerable, and I don't have Strength. But everybody's also weak. So 2 different routes to take exactly 4 damage here. Inflame Strike Defend and Shockwave Defend. Both make my cleave, like, approximately as strong. I think I like the... One of them kills an enemy right now, though. Which is a big deal. Then if I don't draw cleave, we're not behind. Also, with weak, cleave is only going to do 9 damage to all of them, so it's only going to kill this one. Go for the strength play, then. Any A20 speedruns planned? Not any A20 heart speedruns, at least not at the moment. I could see some worlds where some fun stuff happens. So this will kill. Let's see what we draw here. Oh, nice. 16 block. Okay. I can second win that to gain 10 block. Pummel. So I take 4 that way. If I just Flame Barrier, I take also 4. But I've dealt damage to all of them. The Flame Barrier route. We draw the cleave and we win. Okay, not too bad. We lost like a net 2 health there. We want to draw some more cards. Burning Pact can do it for us. I'm not sure we want to draw more cards at this exact moment. At least not in exchange for energy. We're struggling to pay for our cards as is. Second Pummel Strike feels kind of nice, but a little unnecessary. I'm gonna skip on these. And I will happily take 2 random upgrades. Yeah, as long as it's not literally 2 strikes, I'm really happy with whatever this hits. Why did I open my mouth? Why did I say anything? Why do I do this to myself? Should have just kept my mouth shut. Get the Shockwave down on turn 1. It's a little bit less damage, a little bit less of a chance to transform than if I had Bash Strike, but the fight long, essentially vulnerable and weak, is going to be great here. Yeah, and I would have needed to have bashed to get the transform there. That's fine though. Me back my Defend Plus. Don't want to draw Flame Barrier next turn, I want to draw that the turn after next. Oops. Each draw a card. Good, not Flame Barrier. Sometimes 5. No, I need to keep my health good. Need my health real good. Assuming the unavailability of lead and depleted uranium, what would I recommend for weighing small items? As like... to use like as mass weights. Any dense, commonly available metal will work well. Copper and brass, I think, both make pretty good weights. Don't actually know what we normally use for like lab weights. Fight long might have been ambitious. Yeah, a little bit. It's okay. We have enough strength that we're gonna probably not die. I think we want to headbutt bash here. We'll have a free turn next turn. Block. There's maybe a world where I was meant to play cleave and take 5 more, but I don't know if I live in that world. Almost assuredly transform. So we're good for at least a couple of bit here. Pummel plus. Perfect. Nailing that on the Vuln turn. So strike transforms, we just bust through the shields entirely. Do tons of damage. Brass, tungsten, steel, or bismuth? Tungsten, really? Tungsten feels like it would be a little bit overkill? Not overkill. The word. Never mind. So that's a full block next turn. We would just want to put the card we don't want to draw. Or that we don't want to draw on a different turn. So let's put that regular strike there. Do I trade 4 to deal 12? Ooh, that might actually be important. What I really wanted was headbutt, but I can't headbutt itself. So we're dealing 12 here, so if I play strike, this thing will have 30 hit points next turn. Which means it'll be in kill range. Okay. Let's take the 4 then. It is in kill range. Double tap, Beamfire, and Exhume. Interesting. Exhume gets back Pummel. Sometimes Shockwave. Really would have liked to see an Offering plus here. Exhume does get back a Future Offering, and it makes Apparitions super takeable. Though it's really not doing that much for us right now. Or yeah, something that Second Wind got rid of. There's a number of things that Exhume can get back. I think there's some appeal here. Double Tap Plus is pretty sweet as well. Letting me, for example, double tap Pummel, double tap and Headbutt. Just pairs so nicely. Double Cleave, double Pummel Strike. It does require us to draw it alongside whatever we're doubling, though. We really have 4 upgraded strikes. It's kind of insane. Are we at, like, we would remove a card at the Upgrade All Strikes Defense event? Yeah, we probably would, right? Jeez. Beamfire is great, too. Empty our hand, do damage per card that was in it. I really want to take this Exhume. It's going to be so good. Like, as soon as we see a Disarm, or an Offering, or even a Second Wind, or a Seeing Red, or a Feel No Pain. Like, there's so many cards that just make this great. And I'm willing to ambitiously pre-take them. Our choices here are Black Star, giving us an additional relic off of Elites, Tiny House giving us yield a bunch of stuff, or Coffee Dripper giving us energy in exchange for no longer being able to rest, which is a bit spooky with the Toxic, yeah, a bit spooky. With the Toxic Egg, we're not that needing upgrades. Though we would definitely appreciate them, and I think we block pretty well. This deck, I think, thrives on a 4th energy. But there is the risk of, like, you know, if you can't rest, then maybe bad times are happening. I don't think we can tackle Elites with just a black star at all right now. I don't think... Well, the tiny house is better than the black star. That's quite a statement. That's quite a statement. Yeah, I think the tiny house is better than the black star, because the tiny house gives us stuff now. But I feel like we're going to be pretty good on 4 energy here. It makes Flame Barrier a lot more playable. Makes Shockwave a lot more playable. And any copy of Shrug It Off we see will be upgraded. And we'll really want those. We do have a champ that we have to beat, though. That's a slight issue. Also a slight issue is that all the shops have elites right behind them. Or in front of them. I guess we can go to this shop. But that path is stinky. So we're trying to get a shop randomly from one of these 3 question marks. I think is what we attempt to do. And then we can fight this elite if we found one and things went well, or even if we're just feeling comfortable from whatever the events gave us. Apparitions are definitely a take with this Exhume in hand. Bites are maybe. I mean, all of our strikes are upgraded, so they're not that great. But you know how it goes. It's a good fight, and a good moment in this fight to use an elixir. Let's do this now. Hopefully cause me to take a fair bit less damage. Pummeled upon, nerd. Actually, maybe I wanted to draw the strikes this turn. Oh, it didn't matter. Okay, so we definitely wasted the elixir, but we picked up another potion anyway, so I think my gut feeling was probably solid there. Legends of Runeterra. Will I play it? Probably not, Katutsa. Not my style, generally. To do any kind of competitive multiplayer game. Wondering if we take an Anger. Anger's not bad with Headbutt. The more cards you draw, the better Anger is, and we do want to start drawing more cards. There's a consideration there for it. Maybe if it was upgraded. If I take it the Combust in Act 1, would I take this Rupture here? Maybe. And a Relic for a Curse. We do have a Bag of Prep, so Writhe isn't that bad. And I would like more Relics right now. So there's a consideration here to make this trade. I'm gonna do it. Matrushka gives us 2 relics out of our next 2 chests. Sure. Sure, why not? Rather than adding another daze to the draw pile, I think I just want to hit the Chosen here. Get them into kill range of Pummel. Seeing red, I like a Twin Strike as well. A little bit more direct damage. Upgrades or relics, what do I think is more important? At a 1-to-1 ratio, a relic is more valuable than an upgrade is. Although it depends on the exact upgrade. Like, certain upgrades are really important. Yeah. Upgrade... Relics tend to... the earlier you get the relic, the better, by the way, because you can shape the deck around it. So I guess it's... I think a little bit more accurate to say that early on, relics are more important than upgrades. And then as you get into the game and get a more complete understanding of the synergies you have and don't have, your upgrades can become a lot more important. And the game knows this. Upgrades are made readily available in the early game when they're less valuable. And late game, like Act 3, it's hard to collect a lot of upgrades. Specifically targeted upgrades. Or you can upgrade everything in your deck, but that has a cost. I think I'm skipping again. Which is not something I'm happy to do here, but okay. This is going to cost a lot of my current health. Take the book. We have no 2-cost attacks other than Mash, so Necronomicon doesn't feel great. Enchiridion and Nilri's Codex are both amazing, however, giving us, respectively, a card every turn into our draw pile, which is amazing with what we've got going on, and... or a free power on turn 1. And then the Necronomicon, well, would I still take it? I might. Yeah, we're gonna read this book. These book relics are too dang strong. We got Nilri's Codex. At the end of every turn, we can shuffle one of 3 random skill cards into the draw pile. We did get the shop we wanted, and boy howdy is there a great set of stuff in this shop. A second Flame Barrier Plus. I like this Feel No Pain a lot, given that we have the Exhume, and we can remove Writhe. And that's entirely affordable. Other things that are maybe appealing include, like, Flash of Steel for a free attack, or a Calcum helps us block if we fail to do so on our own. Dropkick's pretty good with our Shockwave, although 83 gold's a high price to pay. Toxic Egg does not affect Nilri's, no. No, it does not, but something that's really good with Nilri's is Exhume. We can pick, like, an exhausting skill like a Disarm and play it twice. Or Offering and play it twice or something. You might have misread Animal. The Snecko Whale was reworked, not removed. The Snecko Whale was originally draw 3 and confuse yourself. Now it's draw 5 and randomize only the cards that are currently in your hand. Master Reality does affect Nilri's and will give you upgraded cards. Yes. Most definitely. Okay. This is going to be a bit of a scary elite fight, but we are going to do the elite fight. I like upgrading Feel No Pain. I like upgrading Pommel Strike for the extra card draw. I like upgrading Cleave because triple slavers are a thing. And I have a duplication potion. Okay, it's the Book of Stabbing. Glad I picked up the second Flame Barrier then. Do I duplicate and flame? Just do this with 6 points of strength. That's tempting. I think I should be looking to use the dupe potion here to save a lot of health. And I should be looking to kill the book quickly to save a lot of health. Yeah, I think I duplication potion the inflame here. Don't need 2 shockwaves, do I? Another Pommel Strike. Okay, this is looking like I'm gonna Snecko Whale. Try to draw into Flame Barrier or Shockwave and play it for cheap. Does mean we've aggressively used our potions here, but I think that's meritorious. Meritorious? I think that's warranted. Yeah, I think that's warranted. Ooh, baby! Did we get lucky here? Wow, yeah, we just won the fight with that potion. Maybe the dupe potion was unnecessary in retrospect. But we are definitely winning now. Put the zero-cost Flame Barrier back on top, although I don't think I'm going to need it. Would I take a Corruption if offered? Yeah, I think so. Okay, we got an anchor for... Sorry, a boat thingy for block on turn 1. And we're offered a power through. In case I wanted... Power through Second Wind. with a Feel No Pain. Yeah, I think that's enough reason to take this. Put 2 wounds in our hand, gain 20 block. That's a lot of block. Definitely don't need an armaments, that's for sure. Get the Pummel Strike upgraded for more card draw. And the relics, 2 relics in here, are Smiling Mask for cheaper removals, which is good. And normally I wouldn't really take a Blood Vial in this position, but this is healing with our Coffee Dripper. 2 hit points per combat. It's not nothing, and I think it'll help keep us alive here. Potentially. Good job, Boat Thingy. You did it. You blocked. We do enough damage to Centurion such that Mystic is forced to heal next turn. Give me that bludgeon. The Kabunkening. Pins on a common relic that would give 3 block at the end of the turn with no condition. That would be... So I think the closest direct comparison you could make to that would be Thread Needle, which is 4 block at the end of every turn. But you'll lose it if you start taking damage. And it's a little bit weaker than that. But the lack of any sort of conditionality or way to lose it. Yeah, it'd just be 3 metallicized, right? I think 2. 2 would probably be good for a common relic. 2 block every turn. But 3 might be a bit strong. 1 would probably be too weak. So 2 is probably the magic number, right? 1 here. Still up 1 hit point. This fight, I'll take it. I like a Warcry quite a lot. This is a 0 cost at draw 2. Put something on top of your deck. And we have a Feel No Pain, so it can block for 3 as well. And we can Exhume it. This is a very good pickup as far as card manipulation goes. We don't need to be adding the other 2 options were unupgraded attacks, which we absolutely no longer need. We want more ways to scale the attacks that we have. Stuff like Strength Gain or more card draw and more energy are the other options. Oh boy. Oh, Boat Thingy, I'm so glad you're here. I'm going to use my attack potion right now, because I'm terrified of this fight. Perfected Strike. Does 20 damage. That's pretty good. 20 damage is pretty good. Let's see. How much do I totally have in my hand right now? Got 9 times 3, 27, 47. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can kill the Red Slaver if I use all of the damaging attacks in my hand. And then we take 10. Other option is to Flame Barrier Defend, which puts us to 26, 32 block. We damage all of them for 6. We still land the Perfected Strike. We can headbutt the Flame Barrier back, too. Or headbutt the Perfected Strike back to guarantee the kill. And that takes a lot less damage. Seems pretty good. Do that. And then we're taking literally 0 damage this turn. Yeah, but the Perfected Strike. Guarantee the kill. Singlet. Take a Sing Red for this fight. Trade me, Exhume. betrayed me. Doesn't really matter what we used to kill there. So we take, unfortunately, 15 damage. Hurts a bit. We're gonna defend Bash. I'll take one if I... Actually, put the Bash on top, right? Yeah. Okay, we want to draw into and play Shockwave. Let's try to Havoc it. I'd prefer not to play Offering if possible. Might not be possible. Let's see. Second Wind would block for 8 more, putting us at 19, and then Pummel blocks for 3 more, putting us to 22 block. Take 1, which is less than playing Offering. Okay. Oh, was Bash Pummel a kill? I completely neglected to even think about that line. Well, that's unfortunate then. Yeah, I overthought that one. Whoops. Yeah, let's try not to do that again. Limit Break, Shockwave, Pummel Strike might be a kill. Actually, Limit Break, Pummel Strike is a kill, and we can full block with Power Through. Right? Yeah. Don't have a kill in hand here. So this results in taking damage. We take 2. But our enemy is weak and vulnerable, which might work out considering how many wounds are in the draw pile. Otherwise I get to do 11 right now. That's probably better than the vulnerable will be. Perfect. Zoom gets me Pummel. Pummel probably just kills. Okay. Navigated that fairly successfully. Gurya is incredible. We can gain strength at rest sites up to 3 times instead of upgrading, which is not even that valuable to us, because most of the good cards are already upgraded. I think that means we do want a Sword Boomerang, though, because we're going to be having more strength. Second Pummel would be ideal, but we're not looking at a second Pummel. We're looking at a Sword Boomerang. I think that also means we want to go this way and lift twice before Champ. Also because I think we're in pretty dire straits if we fight another Elite here. Right? Might be. Plus it gives us combat card rewards to look at. I'm going to take the Boomerang and I'm going to lift. Happens if I soft lock myself with the ladder. Just as in a regular run, I would count that as a loss if I managed to get myself soft locked, because soft locking yourself is losing in Spire. It's my story and I'm sticking to it. Feel no pain in play, you better believe I'm taking a Fiend Fire. Can't even full block, wow. Actually, wait, can I? 10 plus 13? No, I can't, jeez. Terrifying. Soft locking yourself in Spire means ending up in a combat situation where you cannot kill your opponent, nor can you be killed. And so the fight ends up stuck. For example, if I somehow exhausted all of my damaging cards and I had only blocks left against Shelled Parasite, and not including Flame Barrier or anything like that. What is the play here? Shockwave. If I Shockwave defend, I'm still taking 1. No way to kill this thing, is there? Actually, might be. Well, let's see if I draw Fiendfire. I do draw Fiendfire. 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Ooh. Options. All of these are good. Well, that's not true. Feel No Pain is great. Again. Number 2. Havoc Plus lets us exhaust stuff more. We have a Nilry's Codex, right? So we just beat Champ. Yeah, we have a Nilry's Codex, so we just beat Champ. I think we do want a second Feel No Pain. As we add more exhaust to the deck, like more things like Warcry. Feel pretty good about that. Plus it'll be good in this fight, because of all the dazed I'm about to get. Rip Bird. It's sad to have all those good block cards in our hand on turn 1, but oh well. Well, now we have good block cards in our hand next turn as well. Give me that power through, please. I'm going to try to save 5 health here. Even though it might not be a good idea. We should be fine. Add any damage card to the draw pile? Those aren't damage cards. Flame Barrier, though. Oh, that's fine. Just draw all the powers at once? Sure. Sure, why not? Chosen was really nice to us there. Could have done way more than they did. Dark Embrace draws a card whenever we exhaust a card. That's pretty potent. That's a really potent addition to the deck. Especially with stuff like Second Wind. Yeah, it's starting to get really strong.
Commander,
maybe one too many powers.
Just received the support of another council member.
Do I upgrade Dark Embrace or do I lift? I think I lift. Apeshift426, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the council. Enjoy those emotes, community, and of course, newfound smug sense. Superiority. Dual wield is one way to scale against Champ. We're kind of biding our time a bit here. Waiting for, yeah, for methods of scaling to appear. Take the spot weakness. Draw the spot weakness on the correct turn, shockingly, but then take 10 damage. That's also fine. Rather get Dark Embrace into play than Inflame.
Support. Yeah. We are extremely impressed.
Akim, thank you so much for the 4 months Twitch Prime heckin' support. Heckin'. Dual wield Pummel. No, I dual wield the Feel No Pain. Need more copies of that, please. He's likely to attack me next turn. Very likely to attack me next turn, so let's headbutt our spot weakness. Nice. Very nice. That's how we beat champ. Barricade. Wait, no. My face. But my face, though. Ow. Okay, actually a little bit worried now. We want another spot. I'm trying to read this book. Cease and desist, champ. Please cease your activities. I just need some block fast. Champ was willing to provide there. Buffing strength again. Interesting. So I could use this as an opportunity to send champ well below half. I think that's fair and reasonable. Yeah, let's do that. Should block execute pretty easily anyway. Turn. Perfect. 2 cost blood for blood. Sure. That guarantees the kill? Although pummel might be enough on its own, right? Yeah. GG, champ! GG. Oh, none of these say corruption on them. Limit Break's okay. Actually, no, Limit Break's really good because we have Gurya. Limit Break is insane. Double our strength, which will be at least 3. And with a flex potion, it's potentially far more than that. We also have a headbutt to get it back. I'd prefer the unupgraded version, hilariously. Because we want it to exhaust, we want Feel No Pains to go off, we want Dark Embrace to draw a card, we want to be able to get it back with Exhume. So I really would prefer this to be unupgraded, but oh well. Our choices here are Velvet Choker, gain energy, but we cannot play more than 6 cards per turn. Not thrilled with that very much. It makes Exhume a lot worse, it makes Warcry a lot worse, it makes Dark Embrace a lot worse. Remove 2 cards with Empty Cage is an option, just delete 2 things from the deck. Or we can transform and upgrade 3 cards, giving us more chances at the keystone cards we're going to need, as well as letting us get rid of the dead weight in the deck. I think we'd lose Unupgraded Strike, Bash, and maybe one of the upgraded strikes. Yeah. And I think that's better than taking the Empty Cage. And I think the Velvet Choker's not good, so that makes this the option. Getting rid of Bash because we have our Shockwave Plus as a source of vulnerable. We got a Reaper, a Metallicize Plus, and a Headbutt Plus. Reaper, Limit Break, second Headbutt. Yeah, I'm going to say that probably worked out pretty well for us. That's pretty exciting. That's pretty exciting. We definitely want to get our last lift in. Could go this way, do... kind of a weird path. Go up this way instead. We go fire, and then probably 2 elites, and then 2 more fires. That feels good. Feels really good. Letting us get in, what, 1 upgrade of our choice, probably on Dark Embrace. Probably on Dark Embrace. Alright, this should be a fight where I'm able to just go to full health, fortunately. So I'm okay taking some damage here to get the important powers in play. Here's the unupgraded limit break from from Nilries. How convenient. How extremely convenient. Let's kill that one so it doesn't hurt me next turn. Fine without any of that. Limit break into Reaper. And to exhume the limit break. And that's why we took Nilries Codex in Act 2. Pretty good. Pretty good. I don't think I want to flex. Kind of contemplating Clothesline Plus. I think we just want to add almost nothing that's not a zero-cost exhausting skill, though, really. Which means we want to just add a Corruption, basically. Not exactly happy that this is a combat, but here we are. Spiker, are you going to cause a problem for me? I would not like that if you did that. Nope, don't play that. That would be bad. It would be really bad. I don't dribble to a fighting curse that says unplayable. When this card is drawn, remove an upgrade from a random card in your hand. I assume only for the fight, right? Not permanently. If it was only for the fight, then that's not too bad, truthfully. I don't think that would be too bad. I've made it similarly to stuff like Shame and Doubt, the ones that give you 1 turn of Weak and Frail. This is actually just a full heal, though. Cool. Heavy Blade Plus. When we have 3 points of strength in the start of combat. And a limit break. I think this is a good Heavy Blade. I don't often think Heavy Blade is good, but I think it is good here. Do some immediate damage output. Next turn might hurt a lot, but we have Reaper. It does hurt a lot. Ow. My face. But a block card. I don't know, the Feel No Pain's got into play here. Like that. Double tap, though. Yeah. Now we're talking. Now we are talking. Hello, yes, I would like my hit points back, please. $37, $34, $34. What does that equal? That equals not quite 110. Like barely not quite 110. What if I... So we could sell that with the flex potion. I'd really rather not, though. That's a really good potion. We can draw a card here with Headbutt Second Wind. I can put any one of these cards into my hand. With 2 energy left. Could try to power through block.
For 4 months of support, we are extremely impressed.
Let's see, I'll block for 8 plus 20, 28. Plus 4, 32. Take 12. Get 6 of it back. Yeah, I'm not gonna trade 6 hit points for the flex potion. No way. No way, no how. Infernal Blade's kind of tempting, given our exhausting synergies at this point. Also just want to keep the deck kind of thin. Oh, I missed Exhume Reaper. Whoops. We'll get all our health back in the next fight anyway. Almost assuredly. That's something to keep in mind. It's definitely something to keep in mind. Transient. Sticks around for a few turns, doing massive damage every turn, but reduces their damage when they get hit. It's a question of our combined block and damage output, usually. Oh my. We scale just limit break, and with exhausting synergies. Once we have the Feel No Pains and the Dark Embrace in play, any cards that exhaust are pretty powerful for us. Yeah, we just get all our health back. All of it. Not have been wise. Oh wait, that wasn't a full block at all. Ow. Okay, bit of a waste of hit points there. What really is full block? Exactly. Asking the important questions. Speaking of blocking, Ghostly Armor feels like an excellent way to add some. In a way that synergizes with what we're doing. If we don't play it, it exhausts itself and does a lot of good stuff. No. We want to get our lift in? Let's do that. With our third point of innate strength, we're going to be doing really well in a lot of fights, I think. Probably. Assuming I understand what it means to full block. Which I'm not sure that I do. Killing transient's not easy, but is definitely doable if conditions turn out well. You need to scale up in damage really, really fast. And not all decks can do that. There's our Reaper. Let's let Explodey guy explode here. Try not to actually take any more damage here. Good luck to me. Hooray! Second Heavy Blade Plus. That's admittedly pretty tempting. I don't think we want this Evolve. No, we probably don't want to Evolve, even though we do have a second win, or Power Through. Could take a second Power Through. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Without the Evolve? Now I see why I need one. Just want to make sure we're drawing Limit Break a lot. Pretty much. I do think I want the second Heavy Blade. Let's go that way. And I think we can take 2 elites here. We have our maxed out Guria already. So we're just getting 1 upgrade there. Which would be on Dark Embrace, which I would appreciate. But we can get the Dark Embrace upgrade here. Let's fight ourselves a Giant Head. Oh, what a turn 1. Let's play all the good stuff. Take nothing. We got Headbutt. Keep the Reaper for now, just in case we have to use it to get our hit points back. Which we might. We Headbutt Limit Break. And get Metallicized down? Sure. Being impervious for next turn, please. This is coming together nicely here, this fight. Oh my. We're taking exactly 5. Go for the kill here. Perfect. Definitely just cost myself with that order. I see. we're 1 off. Amazing. Whatever, I'll just headbutt the Reaper and we're fine. That's so funny. So are we actually looking at lethal damage here? That's an important thing to be checking. Doesn't look like it. See what Reaper draws. 5 plus 42. No, not lethal. Rude. Extremely rude. So I have to Shockwave then? And that was quite the lethal fumble then. We don't even win on this turn. Yeah, we used up Exhume already. Okay, it's fine. Strike Dummy makes our strikes do more damage. That's a demon form. I think we want a demon form, right? Burning Pact is also an option here. Toss 1, draw 3. Pretty big deal. Helping us get to the good stuff faster. Getting us more cards in hand. Letting us do like second win nonsense. Yeah, we might actually just... Let's do that. I think, Bag of Marbles. I think the demon form is too slow, especially without an upgrade, which is where it's going to be at for the moment. D2. Let's kill one. Nice as getting Metallicized down would have been. Let's see. Calculator time. So this is going to be... $69 times 1.5 and 3. Okay. Good. So yeah, here's where the strength potion comes in, because this does give us a kill now. With 2 heavy blades. 103 times 2, and this is not 103. Let's go bonk, bonk. Just get out of that fight, please. Feed, you're a little late. You're a lot late. I have Exhume, so like, we could probably get... like, a good 15 max health off this feed. But I think I'd rather take the Warcry. For it's enhancing our draw through and our manipulation and stuff. A little bit spooked out. How this run is currently going. Strike is better than Headbutt. What a weird world I live in. Okay, we're now being constricted for some damage every turn. I do want to play Warcry here, or a Dark Embrace here. Draw through the Reaper. It's not great. Try to draw back to it then. Yeah, I should be able to leave this fight with full hit points. I think that's a reasonable thing to ask for. Don't want any of that. This is where I'm happy we added the Burning Pact, actually. So, 25 is the amount to block for. Looking good, looking good. We headbutt our Limit Break, play Impervious to draw it, play the Limit Break. Shuffle the deck. Okay, this would kill, but there's not a lot of reason to do that. When we could Reaper back up to full health here. We're going to temporarily lose 25 health, and it's going to look really scary. Well, 21 health. But we're fine. We are secretly fine. It's a strength. Okay, we can do this. And with Blood Vial, that is at full health. Shrug plus. Get in here. Welcome to the deck. Let's get our Dark Embrace upgraded. Get a recall done. Begin to fall. Lose Exhume, Feel No Pain, or Strike plus. Strike plus does 12 damage before his strength, so 15 damage with Guria, but still time to say fond farewell to it. Fight at a card reward or an event, which could be Mind Bloom. We have not seen Mind Bloom yet. We would also appreciate a store. Have we seen Winding Halls? We have not. So equal chance of Mind Bloom and Winding Halls. Winding Halls would be bad. Mind Bloom would be very good. We could also get double Orb Walkers. Let's take the event. It was double Orb Walkers, and I will fight them. I think we can make that work for us. Give me strength delivery mechanisms, please. We want to end this fight as quickly as possible. Oh, that's really not how I wanted to do it. Probably not the correct time to have drawn Reaper. We can just exhume it, though. Can't exhume it if I don't play it here. It does do quite a bit of damage. We just play it then. Take a ton. Hopefully getting all that back. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. Not all of it back. But most of it. Nice Nunchaku value there. That caught me off guard. Oh, that was so worth it. Gambling chip with Bag of Prep. We can look at our 7-card opening hand and discard any number of cards. And draw that many again. That's a good feeling. Would Brimstone be good here? Brimstone would result in us probably dying to heart. We would need a disarm for me to feel comfortable with Brimstone. Now, if there's a Brimstone and a disarm in the Act 4 shop, we might be able to talk. But without it, I don't think so. I am a little bit worried about this fight. We have a few too many powers in the deck. I'm probably not playing Metallicize. I'm probably not playing Inflame. I might not play... I think I have to play Dark Embrace, but I might not play one of the 2 copies of Feel No Pain. And I definitely don't want to play Power Through on turn 1. Like that. Okay, Shockwave is excellent this early on. I like Feel No Pain into Shockwave into Cleaving to get some damage going. We gotta take these birds out. It's okay if we take a decent amount of damage against Awaken one. We can heal back with Reaper, and we do have a Limit Break that we're playing multiple times. Well, the Winding Halls event for the 2 upgraded Madnesses. I think it slows us down a little bit too much. Although the Dark Embrace makes it pretty good to have those. Still think it's something I want. Okay, we're not playing that. Yeah, I'm willing to take some damage, like I said. This might have been a situation to use the Dex Potion or Essence of Steel in. Not actually sure about that. Heavy Blade KOs. I'm not going to play Reaper here, so let's Boomerang Headbutt and do the Heavy Blade thing. Cool. Big Shrug Plus. Skip all that. Really want to get Dark Embrace in play. I'm just going to take the damage to do it. Strike first. Not exhausting 2 defends, am I? Okay, I am. Spot Weakness is really good in the Awaken 1 fight, because Awaken 1 never doesn't attack. Never doesn't attack. Those are words, right? Do Limit Break. Headbutt the Limit Break. Don't play Warcry. Do play Warcry. Got a 24 Strong. Don't play Exhume yet. This turn's pretty terrifying, though. Okay. For the fullest block I can achieve. And we gotta win this fight soon. We have to win. I see that my deck is in agreement. Very well. This is pretty good. We get to Spot Weakness, Limit Break, set up a card for next turn. I think we just win next turn. If I put Reaper on top. I currently have 54 strength. That is a lot of strong. Yes, we just do this. Fight! GG, Awaken 1. Who's up next? I'm way less afraid of any of the other bosses than I was of Awaken 1. Deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire? The source of this eating? Wait, it did happen again. Okay, so the beta branch isn't the problem. That's good to know. I guess I do have to fix that then, proper-like. I have no idea what's wrong with that. Something's wrong with my save file then, clearly. Okay, we'll have to be taking a look at the game files after this. Because my save is most definitely somehow a little bit warped. So we're supposed to be fighting a second boss there, right? But we did not. And as far as I can tell, the reasoning for that is one of my config files is broken in some weird way. Also, we have a dead branch in the shop. I don't want to say I'm cheating. I don't want to cheat. I'm trying not to, in fact. I'm trying very much not to. Let's see here. What does Dead Branch do? Dead Branch says anytime we exhaust a card, we add a random card into our hand. And this is just obscenely strong in most Ironclad decks. Glass ID wants a chem joke. Why did the acid go to the gym? Because it wanted to become a buffer solution. So we're definitely taking Dead Branch, right? Duplicating a card seems strong. Duplication on Limit Break, probably, actually. Although Reaper's a good duplication, too. But, like, Limit Break is probably correct. Limit Break is definitely correct. And then probably another Warcry, especially with that Dead Branch. Although a 50 gold striker move is tempting, too. Now we want the Dead Branch. Dead Branch value off that Warcry. Alright, let's clobber some faces. Yeah, this specific save, I think. Another chem joke for Quietest. A neutrino walks through a bar. That is more of a physics joke, that's true. That is true. Oh man, this is a sweet turn. We just play all the stuff. Just play all the stuff. Take a sentinel here, just in case we need it. Not a sentinel. You know what I meant. You know what I meant. You want a Limit Break? Ideally, we want to headbutt the Limit Break. Let's exhume Warcry. I can Limit Break twice this turn, actually. I'd like to do that. Play that one.
"4 months of support. We are extremely impressed."
Unspoken Thoughts, thank you so much for those 4 months Twitch Prime support. And one more dad joke on the field. You know, I used to work at a shoe factory, but I had to quit because I found the job soul-destroying.
Excellent work, Commander.
Eric,
This
good luck. Thank you so much for
council
3
is
months.
pleased to see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
Deleted. Just deleted. Fight! Hit him! Every 10th attack we play gives us an energy. And does double damage. I think we're looking in really good shape for the boss here. I think I'd rather have the Dex Potion than this second Essence of Steel. Let's fight oneself a Corrupt Heart. Turn 1 Limit Break, turn 1 Shockwave. I'm down for all of that nonsense, please. Oh my. What if... I drew too many good cards in the first couple turns, though. I realistically need to play both Limit Breaks. I really want to play Headbutt, which means we're not playing Shockwave. And then I probably have to play Dark Embrace instead of Feel No Pain. That's a scary combination to do. We don't play this yet. But my win condition is this strength going up insanely. I don't think we don't Headbutt. Like, putting a Limit Break on top is plus 12 strength next turn. These double up so fast. Like, we're starting with 3 strength. We get 3 strength from this one, 6 strength from this one, 12 strength from headbutting. That's a lot of strength. That's way too much strength. Not take. So the question is, do we Feel No Pain or Dark Embrace? Both are very good options. With Dead Branch, probably the Feel No Pain, actually. Let Dead Branch be our Dark Embrace. I can live with that. This is a lot of damage. Letting this exhaust is let's see, Beat of Death is 2, 7 versus 4. It's only 3 block to play this, and I get a card if I don't play it. I am going to use Essence of Steel here. We're probably going to lose it all next turn, but that's fine. Definitely put a Disarm in the draw pile. Please draw that next turn. Okay, we did not. At least not yet. Dang. Now I get a headbutt, of course. Let's see, we have enough block to survive. Ooh. Yeah, we're fine here. Getting so much block off our Feel No Pains. We can headbutt back a Limit Break, which would give me another 24 points of strength. That's a lot of strength. Also Heavy Blade right now for 100. Definitely play Brutality. Definitely headbutt a Limit Break. We're gonna lose all the plated armor. I think we'd rather just get the damage out now than try to block. This Inflame is pretty insignificant. We just want to, like, start getting the heart to within the damage cap here. So I think this is, like, defend, strike, defend in Limit Break, then these attacks. We're really hoping that we... Wait, we already drew Reaper? Oh, we drew Reaper on turn 1. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Might be dead. Uh-oh. Didn't play Shockwave, so I can't exhume that either. The disarm. This might save my life. Okay. Start. Problem is that we have Artifact right now on the heart. Things we can exhume. Seeing red is helpful, maybe. You want to draw into Headbutt here. Probably. We can do the damage cap quite easily. Like, Pummel alone does the damage cap. I just have to figure out how to not die here. I think that starts with a Burning Pact. Targeting Pummel Strike. Okay, we can exhume Warcry if we need to. So I can Headbutt and play Reaper now. And that will keep me alive for sure. Does that keep me alive through next turn? So the only way... Because I exhausted the... I think we're supposed to exhaust Ghostly Armor, but I wanted the extra exhaust at end of turn. The only way to get the Reaper off into our hand is to Headbutt it and then exhume Warcry. Warcry it on top of the deck. Or into our hand and play it now. And that'll keep me alive through this turn, although not by a huge margin. Is there any other play at all that keeps me alive this turn? Would have exhausted the Disarm. That was probably the better play. You can't disarm 3 times, because the other disarm is not in our hand, and that would only bring this down to 2 times 15 anyway. Yeah, let's do that Reaper play. Put Pummel on top? We definitely put Pummel on top. Thanks for all the searing blows, I really appreciate that. Hog. Oh, that's hype. Then we get Offering there. That's really hype. That lets me block for quite a bit more here. And still, you know, do the damage cap. Don't play this because we have Pen Nib ready. Pen Nib on this Sword Boomerang. And we should be... Oh yeah, we're comfortably surviving the big hit now, so we should be winning here. Thanks, Dead Branch. You're the best. Okay, Sword Boomerang does 198 damage 3 times. Sure, sure. Also gives me an energy back. Sure, sure. Got 99 strength. But the heart ain't one. Bonk. GG. GG. Heart had 2 strength, which is not 1, Rengar. 2 is not 1, so I will maintain that what I said was technically true. GG, everybody. Pretty good start to the stream. It's a casual Ascension 19 victory there. Before we jump on into anything further, I'm going to take a short break, refill my legs, stretch my water, and dig a little bit into my save file, see if I can find an obvious indication as to what might be the problem here. So, don't go anywhere. I'll be right back, and there will be some more Slay the Spire action when I return. Take care of yourselves, and thanks for your patience. Alrighty, everybody, we are back. Thank you so much for the moment of patience. I'm gonna reboot Spire real quick. I found a problem with the save file, which is that the save file I was using was marked as not having seen all of the bosses one time, which definitely breaks some stuff. Probably. You're supposed to see the bosses in a particular order the first time you play. And playing on Ascension 20 without having seen all the bosses might have been messing it up a bit. So now that they're all indicated as having been seen, we'll see if Silent ends up fighting two of them on A20 here. Or if she ends up fighting any of them, because maybe she doesn't get there. Ooh, I like random rare relic starts for 6 max health. I think that's one of the most powerful starts you can have in Spire, and we have a really good path here. Fire, Elite, Fire, Shop, Fire. Is juicy. In all of the good ways. And is a lot more viable if we get a powerful start, like, oh, I don't know, a relevant rare relic. Pocket Watch, Thread Needle, Fossilized Helix. Can the hashtag memes? I can do that for you, Pearly Whirly. Holy cow. It's out of this world. Ooh, Prayer Wheel. That's a pretty good start. Normal enemies drop an extra card reward, which is going to let us look at a lot more cards in the first couple floors, letting us gear up quite heavily for some elites, and should let us find multiple rare cards this act as well. Doesn't help us at all in this fight, which is a shame. I could really use some help in this fight right now. But beyond that, life looks good. Good draw order, me. Alright, wow! Ghost in a Jar from the first fight, giving us 1 intangible. That's pretty hype. We're offered Endless Agony, Dodge Roll, Sneaky Strike, or Dagger Spray, Cloak and Dagger, Outmaneuver. We don't have to take both of these cards if we don't think they're good enough. I do think a Dagger Spray is a great floor 1 take, giving you some AoE. Dodge and Roll is a potential take. Who are we fighting? If we're fighting Guardian, we are fighting Guardian. I think that makes Dodge and Roll an okay addition to the deck. Especially since I'm likely to be able to pick up several more important damage cards before trying to take an elite on. So let's go Dodge and Roll and Dagger Spray, I think, are the picks I would like here. And we may end up upgrading that Dodge and Roll to give us a good block card. Just need a Singing Bowl from the first elite. Oh, please. I would like that very dearly. We go here, get guaranteed 3 combats before the first fire, so we really leverage the prayer wheel. Although if we get a random fight, we'll be a little bit sad. But how sad will we be really? I don't feel any need to take any damage here. It seems totally unnecessary. Footwork choke, footwork choke. I got to heal from 89% health to 98% health. It's true. Man, with that dodge roll we picked up, footwork certainly seems nice. And a few footwork fumes as our card picks here. Is that really what just happened? Oh my god. We could also go Catalyst Fumes, is another powerful option here. We're almost certainly going to see another copy of Catalyst. Gotta take the foot fumes. Yeah, footwork makes us so much better against sentries and Lagavulin. And we have Ghost in a Jar for now. I'm sure we'll be fine. Everything will be good. Match them to... Oh. Oh no. Okay, good. It's like, don't give me another setup. I don't want a setup, or a blade dance, or a shame. An unload I would take. Okay, so we have a second copy of Neutralize added to the deck. Not necessarily something we wanted, but it is something we now have. Oh, I can neutralize them both. Paper Crane incoming, please. But even with Silent, if you're not offered any poison or shiv cards, Silent has a lot of pretty good common attacks. And simply upgrading these attacks can get you through a lot of tough situations. At least into the mid-game. Scaling from there becomes a little bit hard, and you might have to rely on some unusual methods, like event cards or relics. Jax, there's the catalyst that we want. Jax is a interesting way that Silent can scale physical damage without having any poison. You can also scale up with like lots of copies of Caltrops sometimes. There's some interesting ways, but we've definitely had no poison heart kills on the channel before on Ascension 20. It is, I think, true that most of Silent's successful decks that don't involve poison as a damage mechanism are a little bit dependent on their relics to help their damage output. So it really does depend on what you've got sitting up on top of the relic bar. Do I want an Endless Agony? 4 damage when you draw this card, add a copy of it to your hand. We're upgrading Fumes before the Elite fight. Just like, not that great against Gremlin Knob right now. Like, almost certainly have to use Ghost in Jar in the 1 in 3 chance this is a Gremlin Knob. I'm gonna take the Agony. Am I? Hold on. We've already added a lot of cards. Okay, we did get a fight, but it's a pretty easy fight, fortunately. So I will happily take that. Try to kill the one that's attacking me next turn. Or just block and Fumes and take a bunch. Take 3. Who's not too bad. 3 ain't so bad. Let's see, neutralize. Okay, that's a guaranteed kill on them both next turn. Good. Cool. Probably gonna skip one or even both of the card rewards offered here. But not if there's a Deadly Poison and a Leg Sweep. Never mind, I'm going to skip neither of them. I'm going to add a Deadly Poison and I'm going to add a Leg Sweep to this deck. And we are definitely a little bit afraid of Gremlin Knob, but not that afraid. Like, we can do a lot of poison very quickly. And we have a Ghost in Jar. Deadlies are single target damage scaling. Leg Sweep is just premium block. These things are tried and true. We've seen this deck before, and we know it works pretty well against most targets, especially the Guardian, and especially Lagavulin, and especially 3 Sentries. Just not someone who's not pictured here. Feels like I want to Footwork Dodge Dagger Spray. We could do like Footwork Dodge Defend and not take any damage, but I'd rather start pushing output with this Dagger Spray. 100 card deck Dream. Oh dear. Yeah, I think we legitimately win the Guardian fight if we go into it from here. Especially if this was our opening. Well, yeah, we would 100%, actually 100% win Guardian if we fought right now. With Ghost in a Jar. This helps make the turn 2 a little bit less painful. Hopefully drawing Fumes here, along with at least one defend. No, none of those things? Okay. Very well then. Deadly Poison Catalyst is 10 poison. It's reasonable. Take 11. That's probably going to make me rest, but that's okay. You're guaranteed already... Not guaranteed already dead before you attack again. Kind of dependent on Fumes. Strike the middle one here. Rude. Okay, so we Endless Agony this one next turn. Means we strike the middle one twice. Gonna take 3 damage next turn. 100% chance. Hopefully kill the middle one next turn with a strike draw. Or block. Or both. Yeah, definitely gonna have to rest. That's fine. Snecko Skull. Oddly Smooth Stone. Pair. Courier. Courier makes our gold go 20% further. That's another long-term investment. These two together are going to make our long game really strong. So we're currently just interested in getting to this shop. Wow. Glass Knife versus Footwork versus Poison Stab. Glass Knife feels like the defeat Gremlinob kind of card that we need at the moment. I wonder if we upgrade Glass Knife instead of resting now. Double Footwork is sweet, but we have to make sure we survive this fight. And if this fight is a 50% chance to beat Gremlinob, and if we take Footwork, I think there's a chance we die to that Gremlinob, even with the Ghost in a Jar.
Raiding party!
No rest makes Lagavulin a little bit difficult. We've got really good block cards and good decks, so I think we don't take much damage to Lagavulin most of the time. With the Ghost in Jar as a bailout especially. Terrence MHS, thank you so much for that generous 26-man raid. Welcome on in, everybody. We're doing some, maybe Ascension 20 runs. They might secretly be A19, though. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with my save file. We just made a tweak to it. And we'll see if I actually get 2 bosses at the end of Act 3 this time. But thus far, we haven't had those appearing properly. But you did just miss a win on Ironclad. It's the A19 heart, technically. That was a proper riot. Definitely saved by that last-minute dead branch at the shop. I do think I take Glass Knife. Let's see, how much is resting? 18? Ew. I'm gonna upgrade the Glass Knife. A boat thingy gives us 14 block on turn 2. That's gonna help in this fight. And yeah, we drew poorly too. Catalyst before poison, no poison on turn 1. Looking a little bit spooky. I'm gonna get the 2 turns a week instead here, with that leg sweep, by the way. Oh boy, you're in very big trouble now. Just the most trouble that ever was. With that draw order. Wow. I do think we're gonna live. But it might be on 1 hit point here. Dude, where's my poison? play the defend here. Ghost in a Jar next turn. Do I Ghost in a Jar this turn and just like block next turn? I think that's going to result in more health, right? If I Ghost in a Jar now. Play all the powers, take one. Next turn I get to block with... Yeah, that's going to work better. Okay. Guaranteed to live this next turn, too. Did... Last card. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, we can block almost all this. Okay, we survived the Gremlin Ob and we get ourselves a Pantograph, healing us 25 health at the start of boss combats. We're also offered a Piercing Wail, Well-Laid Plans, and a Quick Slash. I like all of those quite a bit. It was definitely a sketchy fight. I stand by that Glass Knife upgrade. That was almost the worst possible draw order, and we still made it work. I'm not sure which I'm supposed to take between Whale and Plans here. Plans might be a little slow. We do need it, though. There will be more Piercing Whales. We have fracking Prayer Wheel. Take the Plans. And upgrade it so we guarantee a Runic Pyramid? I'm in. I'm down for that. Resting here, although I think there's a chance we didn't need to rest. I'm a little scared of the turn 1 and 2 of these hallway fights we're blundering on into. Had this been the 5 Slimes fight, we would have been possibly just dead there. Strike is going to be more damage than Fumes? Yeah, it is. Duplication Potion, letting me play a card twice. There's that Piercing Wail. I knew it. And do we want another Deadly? Probably not. I think we start slowing our roll of card additions at this point. We have added so much during Act 1. Already at 25 cards. It's time to start removing stuff. And in Act 2, we can be a bit more discriminatory with taking upgraded cards specifically. A20 bug get fixed. It was still present last run. I made a change for this run. So we have to do another run to see if that change fixed it. It was a change to the boss's scene listing on my save file. As this boss hadn't been... This save file didn't think that it had seen all the bosses in the game. Which is a weird thing to think about the save file. Certainly not a true thing. Boss relic would I like at this point? I would like... I'd be pretty cool with a Coffee Dripper. I'd be really cool with a Coffee Dripper. I could also see a Velvet Choker being nice. Any sort of energy relic without a significant downside at the moment is looking good to me. You are splitting now, exactly, so I'll just do more damage to you. Perfect. Okay. So I think we could have gotten away without any resting, ultimately. But that was unnecessary. Add 2 more copies of Dodge and Roll to the deck. Go to 27 cards. Backflip's okay? Backflip's okay. I think I had 1 block card. We are fighting Guardian, right? Yeah, we had 1 more block card. It's going to be this backflip. And then I do think we should be done then. At least for this act. Hopefully removing at the store, not adding. Oh, wow. Probably not removing at the store. Actually, although Apotheosis, hold on. Apotheosis is insane, because it solves our we're way behind on upgrades problem. There's a Dead Branch, which is really good. There's an Incense Burner, which is really good. There's a Chemical X, which is not currently any good, but could be good. I really like this Apotheosis. We can do Apotheosis and remove a strike, or we can just buy the Dead Branch. Don't have that many things that exhaust currently. Piercing Whale, Catalyst. That's actually it. Sender's Bane. That's not that good. But we could, like, start taking stuff like Cloak and Dagger, and it would become insane later on. The Apotheosis is an immediate and really apparent valuable upgrade currently, or a valuable addition currently, and allows us to also remove a card, which is pretty important. Do I want a second copy of Fumes? Because we could take a second copy of Fumes in addition to that. And then we're already looking at 4 powers. Footwork, Plans, Fumes, Fumes. We're going to draw the Apotheosis a little bit slowly, unfortunately. Our starting relic is going to help a lot. We could have had a second copy. Oh no. Rip second copy of Apotheosis. It's even cheaper. The insult to injury, it's cheaper. Two Fumes is like, I'll do it. And there was another Footwork, of course. We're going to upgrade the Apotheosis, so it only costs 1 energy to play. I think I've had a deck with 2 copies of Apotheosis before. I don't remember the exact circumstance, but I'm quite certain we've had that at some point. Don't mind me, just full blocking. Boop. I never had to actually like tank that whirlwind with the vulnerable before. Wow, we are slow. Ah, my neutralizes. All 2 of them. And then once the Catalyst rolls around, we just win. Pretty decisively. Not that slow. GG. Ooh, Gambler's Brew helps us be faster. Wraith Form means we don't care if we're slow. Gain 2 intangible at the end of your turn, lose 1 dex. I mean, that works pretty well. Argument for Bullet Time. Cannot draw additional cards this turn, reduce the cost of everything in our hand to 0. And an argument for Die to Die, because it lets us do AoE damage immediately. I think we become a spooky ghost, quite happily. Take that Wraith Form. Hey, there's the Coffee Dripper I wanted. Just gain an energy every turn. I think with a Pantograph and a Wraith Form, we're basically never taking damage. We have a very expensive deck, on average, so we, as much as I think we could probably tackle elites, with 4 energy quite easily, with 3 energy it's going to be a lot harder. Or Tiny House for more max hit points, and more money. I feel like it should get an extra card pick from the prayer wheel, but it doesn't. I want it to. If it did, I might actually take it. We'll go Coffee Dripper here. We'll go Coffee Dripper. Let's see. We can afford a removal at this shop. Events for stuff like apparitions are really, 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 really attractive at the moment. We want to be a little bit careful about how many elites we fight. Well, so I like this path up the middle where we fight 3 elites, so I don't think it's realistic, though. No matter what, we want to upgrade Wraith form before we tackle any elites. Let's hit the shop. Would I have taken the coffee dripper without the pantograph? I probably would have, but I would have felt way worse about it. Kind of like I feel about this turn. I was hoping to not have to use Gambler's Brew so early, but I am not willing to take all of this health that I can't easily replace as damage on turn 1 of the first combat of the act, especially when there's a significant chance we get a potion from this fight here. That's a little bit better. We do want to get fumes down. Like a little bit here. So that we can get our money. By Wraith form, I'm immune to damage for the rest of this fight. I need to play this strike. Hopefully they're both attacking me again this turn. Oh, they are. Wait, I didn't actually want this. Oh no, my face. I didn't even have any money left to steal. What gives, jerks? My money back. Expertise is a reasonably okay draw card. A second Catalyst is getting added to the deck. Get Jaxed, giving us... This is one of the ways, by the way, to scale Silent up without poison, is to use a card like Jax. One of the few ways Silent has to gain strength. We can transform 2 cards. I would transform 2 strikes really, really happily here. Turning them into other stuff. Or Mutagenic Strength, giving us 3 strength on turn 1. I didn't get the Shiv per turn power. I am, generally speaking, not a very big fan of Infinite Blades as a power. I find it's just too slow at doing damage without a lot of relics supporting it. Choke, Sneaky Strike. Interesting. I don't know that those are better than strikes. One of them still says strike on it. Do I want a 3rd Catalyst? Or a 2nd Piercing Wail? I think it's too early to have... We don't have enough ways to start the poison for a 3rd Catalyst. I'm definitely down for another Piercing Wail here. Could also take a Deadly. But I think we just want another Piercing Wail. Especially with a Coffee Dripper. Such a premium block card. Could get another Piercing Wail. I'm going to remove... I'm going to remove Sneaky Strike, actually, rather than removing Strike. We have exactly 1 way to discard cards with Survivor, so this is going to never, ever activate. Okay. Okay, we're looking for Deadly Poison, Catalyst, Catalyst next turn, and we just win. Please. Well, I got halfway there. Uh-oh. Actually, good enough. Raise the Wraith form, I think. Ha! Did you know that Choke's debuff goes through armor? It does. Fourth catalyst. Burst. Okay, it's gotta be burst, right? Burst catalyst is the thing. Burst piercing whale is a thing. Burst apotheosis to upgrade all of our cards twice. It's also rare. That means it's automatically good. Pretty sure that's how that works. I don't think we want another catalyst, though. Amplified by the problem we had in that last fight. We drew 2 catalysts, but there was no poison started yet. Okay, if we get a really bad turn 1 against Slavers, we can leave the fight. Although with Piercing Whale, this looks pretty reasonable. We have Boat Thingy blocking for us next turn. Go Piercing Whale. Fumes. Glass Knife this turn. We get 14 free block next turn. Catalysts are now doing something. Wraith Form is in the draw pile. Wraith Form is in our hand. Perfect. I'm gonna play that. Little guy. So we get made vulnerable. Weak. All that jazz. Prevent myself from getting vulnerable again here. Good. Go. Boop. Probably gonna take 1 hit from the middle guy. Nope. Wow, what a smooth fight. Our reward is Wing Boots, letting us choose the path we travel to 3 times. And we're offered an Acrobatics here, which will help us mitigate the fact that we have a 30-card deck if we can draw more aggressively. Wing Boots allows us to trade its charges for stuff like upgrades or additional elite combats. Let's take the Acro here. Important upgrades from here are getting the Catalysts upgraded. I think we want the Well-Laid Plans upgrade first, though. Letting us retain 2 if we draw that before Apotheosis. So we can hold on to the Catalysts and then, for example, upgrade them. And I'm going to go for the Burning Elite here. I think we're in good shape, especially with Smoke Bomb. We can just, like, leave. If it's plus Strength Book of Stabbing and we don't draw any block on turn 1, we just leave. And try again next act or something. Second chest, Matryoshka. I'm going to take the Sapphire Key here. You are theoretically just getting the relic back if you take this, but it's a relic that you don't know what it is. And that relic is guaranteed to be either common or uncommon. Little known fact. The bonus relics given by Matryoshka here are 75% chance to be common, 25% chance to be uncommon. This thing cannot give you rare relics. And that's a reason to take, if you're only going to get 1 charge out of it, it's a reason to take the Sapphire Key. It is plus Strength Book of Stabbing. Well, hot damn. I think we can kill it, though. That's a super spooky turn 1. I think we're holding on to Burst and Catalyst, though. Which means I play Piercing Whale on this turn. I can Burst Piercing Whale? That's worse than Burst Defend, actually. Go. Go like this. Take 10. 10 is reasonable to get rid of the Burning Elite. It's only 10 times 3 this turn. Easy game. Now we're fine now. We have Wraith Form. Peace Pipe lets us remove cards at rest sites. Oh my. Well, that can combat the deck being too large. That could do that really effectively. Discard that Smoke Bomb. We don't need nonsense like that. Backflip Plus, on the other hand, we do need nonsense like that. Because it says draw cards on it. Xerxes Poison. Heck yeah. Why is my Wraith Form beta art off? I do want that back on. My favorite art. I think this is one of my favorite beta arts in the game. How do you decide when to Peace Pipe versus upgrade? That's a tough call. It comes down to, like, an order of... a bit of an order of priority, like, how important are the most important upgrades in your deck? Catalyst is pretty important. Do you have another way to upgrade stuff, like Apotheosis? How many dead cards are in the deck? Really, really happy to be toking strikes right now. Extremely happy. Like, probably going to use a Wing Boots charge to jump here now. So that we can toke, and then we're going to look to fight one more elite. We can actually afford to lose more health, because we're currently full healing when we enter the Collector fight. Let's took a strike. Oh boy. Thinking about using a draw potion now. No well-laid plans, unfortunately. But that's pretty good. Take one. We're Wraith Forming now? We're Wraith Forming now. Fortunately, we draw 5 days next turn. So we just take 1 damage here. And we're drawing a bunch of actually good cards. Deflect is, like, okay at the moment. Crippling Cloud is pretty good. Getting our poison started, doing some AoE. That's pretty good. It's really good. The Crippling Cloud. Do I want Deflect? Probably not. Probably not. Well... yes, I do. One more block card. Once had to choose between Poison Stab, Dash, Dodge and Roll way early. Which one would I pick and why? The earlier that you find a dash, the better, I generally think. Dash is a really, really strong early card for taking out Act 1 elites. Hmm. This is not the turn one we wanted. Not one bit. A little bit early to Wraith form in this fight. Definitely need to play well-laid plans. I can burst Survivor. And then, like, dodge and roll. And I block for 20. I take 14 damage. That's reasonable. Duplicate Wraith form is an option we have. I'm thinking more about this fight for duplicating Wraith form. Or ideally, like, the heart, maybe, even? Like, if we can carry... the longer we can hold on to this potion, the better. And I don't think we're in a situation where we necessarily need it right now. I'm willing to take 13, or 14. Try to hold on to stuff for the moment. Okay. Taking quite a bit of chip damage here. This is an awkward turn. Let's see, if I Apotheosis and Piercing Wail, take a reasonably low amount of damage, but not that low. But a 20, should be 45 for Collector. It's pretty reasonable. We do this. Hold on to Apotheosis Cloud. Hold on to Apotheosis Cloud. There we go. That should win the fight. Once we get going, we really get going. Oh, meat on the bone. If our hit points are at or below half after combat, heal for 12. And boy, is that an adrenaline? Adrenaline makes the deck feel smaller, not bigger. Let's pick it up. Do I dare? I do dare. I do dare. Boy, that's not good. Usually avoid elites completely after Act 1. If you're looking to fight up the heart, you really have to keep getting into elite combats the whole run through, or you'll find yourself falling hopelessly behind. I think I have to play Wraith form. Maybe 2 turns to set up. Do I win in 2 turns? I might. I might. This is a hard choice. Do I play Wraith Form or do I go Crippling Cloud, Neutralize Glass Knife? I think, look, if we weaken it, this should be reasonable. Plus that gets us ahead in damage by quite a bit. Two here, but that's reasonable. Let's see, if we burst the Catalyst, we go to... Not enough to kill. But I only take 5 more, right? Yeah, I only take 5 more. Because I can burst, since it's an upgraded burst, we burst both the Defend and the Catalyst, so we just win. And then we get 12 hit points back. And a relic. Essence of Steel gives us 4 plated armor. Gremlin Horn will be really appreciated. When an enemy dies, gain an energy, draw a card. That's more initial poison. And in a big way, and we need that. We need that big time. And we need less cards on this deck. Big time. Alright, thank you, Panagraph, for the heal. Greatly appreciate it. And all that. I was supposed to hold Neutralize there. Whoops, that's fine. That's fine. Keep the Adrenaline for a turn where we're being attacked by Collector, like, oh, I don't know, this one. This one seems like a good start. Really looking for that Apotheosis or something? Okay, that's a pretty good assortment of things to hold on to. I can Piercing Wail and Crippling Cloud and Fumes, take no damage, get powers in play, get the poison going, hold on to Wraith Form. Seems good to me. Let's keep the Wraith Form and the Catalyst. Can win this quite quickly from here. Being attacked again. How rude. That is extremely rude, sir. Guaranteed to draw all that in the next 2 turns. Yeah, we just Wraith Farm. Collector's about to be very dead. Didn't actually need that to hit any of them. Catalyst is such a brokenly powerful card because it can do stuff like this. From a starting point of... We don't even need the deadly. But let's get this as high as we can. From a starting point of 18 poison, if we go Burst, Catalyst, Catalyst, we wind up at 1,458 poison. Because we've multiplied the total poison by 3, 9, 27, 81 multiplier on the poison we had to start. That's a big multiplier. Do we want a Malaise? That helps us a lot against Awakened One, who are actually quite bad against right now. What do we remove from here? Next toke, like maybe one of the redundant neutralizes. I'm down to remove Endless Agony. Let's take this Malaise. Awaken One really is our biggest threat right now. I'm not... Like, we're almost in a heart-killing position, almost. We need a little bit of our early game consistency. Malaise helps with that against Heart. Pyramid also helps with that a lot. By letting us retain all of our cards all the time, we can just toke the Well-Laid Plans now, and don't have to worry about it. Also makes us better against Awakened One. Other option includes Calling Bell, giving us three relics, 1 common, 1 uncommon, and 1 rare relic, and a unremovable curse immediately. Or Sacred Bark, doubling the strongingness of our potions. Which is pretty good. 8 plated armor from Essence of Steel. 2 cards get doubled from Duplication Potion. It's gotta be Runic Pyramid, though. Now we want Bullet Time. So if we're always retaining everything in our hand, our early game is way more consistent. Way, way more consistent. Look at all these fires. Every one of these fires is a card removal. And then we can jump over here. Ooh, and get 2 removals at the shop. I bet I can strip like 5 cards from the deck by the end of the act. Pretty easily. I would like to do that. I would very much like to do that. Behold the boat thingy. It's unadulterated power. We have to do, what, 18? 18. Just in pieces. Enough weaken with the malaise, right? Pretty much don't need any of this. Don't need any of that. What about further upgrades? The part of the reason to remove all the cards that we're going to be removing is to help Apotheosis become a more reliable early draw. And I think that's just where I end up going, is we toke stuff so that the Apotheosis shows up by at least turn 3. Or thereabouts. Ooh. Definitely gonna consider adding colorless cards, though. Several of them are pretty good. Panacea could block the decks down from Wraith Form. Panaches are kind of interesting. What about double Apotheosis? Are we at the point where we want to do double Apotheosis now? We might be. That'll give us the consistency to always draw one early. I was hoping more for, like, Secret Technique, though. But just having a second copy is fine. Take it. Bandage Up's also an option here. A little bit of sustain with the Coffee Dripper. We can even burst it? I kind of like that. Okay. Not banning cards to the deck. Bad for your health. Bad for your max health. Does Mayhem not help us go through the deck faster? It does, however. It can also play... It doesn't give us control over what order we play our cards, and something like a Catalyst being played off the top of the deck, or a Piercing Wail on the wrong turn against Heart, or playing Wraith Form at the wrong time could be completely disastrous to us. We really want to avoid that, if at all possible. Double Apotheosis. Dagger Spray against 2 Spikers seems like a poor choice, yes? Yes. The Apotheoses did upgrade each other, by the way. In case anyone was wondering, I know I was. Saves us energy on Wraith War. I suppose that's an interpretation of what I said, yes. Ooh, another duplication potion. Very, very, very powerful. Some argument for a prepared here lets us discard a card from our hand so that we draw more cards. Mayhem can be good in runs where you don't care about the order your cards get played in. I find Silent actually tends towards this a lot of the time, if you're not doing Wraithform Catalyst. Like, if your Silent deck is got After Images or Thousand Cuts or multiple Footworks and just, like, tries to play 2 backflips and 3 strikes a turn, then you'll find a Mayhem works really well for you. I'm not going to take this prepared. I would take a prepared plus, but I won't take the unupgraded one. Transient. This is going to be interesting. By interesting, I mean terrifying. Okay, we got a catalyst right away here. Transient does more and more and more damage every turn. Makes us terrified. Let's see, you're going to be doing 39? Can I block 39? I can block 38. Failed at math. 29. There we go. Like, something went wrong there, but I wasn't sure what. Something definitely went wrong there. Some pieces transient. Poison stab, outmaneuver, We take a corpse explosion. But none of this other junk. Really been liking the double apotheosis. Definitely feeling good about that. Sometimes. Just play that earlier, whatever. Doesn't matter too much. Fine. It's more than enough? Yeah, more than enough. Enjoy your 500 poison, nerd. Pair gives us 10 more max health, which is a really big upgrade for us. So we're pretty content with that. Let's get rid of Endless Agony. Ornithopter heals us 5 when we use a potion. Let's get rid of Oak. Oh, we should be getting rid of Well-Laid Plans first. We'll do that here. Membership card, 50% discount on all products, including card removals, is pretty hype. That more than doubles our current money. There's a bullet time here, letting us play everything in our hand. There's a boat thingy number 2 here. There's a master strategy here. I like bullet time boat thingy card removal. So that means we don't go to the second shop? That's fine. Get rid of well-laid plans. Insect could have been good, memories could have been good, lots of good things in the store. Make decisions relatively quickly, because I don't think it matters too much, though.
Excellent work, Commander. This council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been...
Sion, thank you so much for those
worthwhile.
3 heckin' months. Howdy, howdy. Nice. Boop. Mummified hand. Okay, we probably didn't need that and bullet time, but sure, sure. Whenever we play a power card, a random card in our hand then costs 0. It does give me a reason to take After Image here. Giving us 1 block when we play a card. Not sure if want. It's nice for, like, preventing chip damage when we're intangible, but we have bandage up for that. I don't think we want an After Image, despite everything. What we want to do is toke cards. Like, for example... Are we just, like, full poison now? Sure. .36 poison, that's reasonable. Toking a neutralize is not a bad idea either. It's certainly on the list. Only saving us 1 energy to play bullet time. Wait, is it doing that at all? Don't need to block 25, we have that covered, so it's not saving us energy. Any energy at all. Also, Mummified Hand is a thing that we have. Wow, this deck is ridiculous. And how strong it is. The Piercing Whale is pretty good. Do we want to... I think we just want 1 Piercing Whale. That's really all we need. I'm gonna keep the 2 dupe pots, because they're stupid strong. And we're actually gonna remove a Defend, I think. Although, neutralize... Remove a Defend next. Did it get smaller since the start of the act? I think it did. Yeah, by like 1 card. Which is quite significant, because we added quite a few good things to Sax. We added Whale, Bullet Time, Bandage Up, Second Apotheosis. These are all quite useful in their own ways. Okay, we have... Is that a kill? I go Burst Kata Kata. We go from 6 to 18... Hold on, calc. 18, 54, 162, 486, yes. GG. Hey, it worked! We fixed it! We frickin' fixed it. We have 2 bosses, ladies and gentlemen. That's so many bosses. It's like the game is cheating. So that means that the problem I was having was that my bosses scene file was wrong. This is the beta client, but I made the... Wait. What? But I made the change to the non-beta file, which I just realized. So why does it work, is the more important question. I don't want to think about it too hard. Alright, I don't know why that works, but I'll take it. Fumes down. Call. Oh no, not the dreaded multi-attack. Oh no. How will I ever survive? Use 1 catalyst here. Yeah, we're not saving any cultists today, no. That is not on the menu. That is decidedly not on the menu. Let's just make room in hand here. And save the second catalyst for the second phase. Suck some of that strength off. I could have phrased that way better. Definitely could have phrased that way better. Oh well. Let's get fumes down, use the piercing whale trick. Seems great. Caw? Alright. Rest in pieces, Awakened One. No use out of the pentagraph there. GG. Two thump, actually fighting two bosses. Is it possible? It is. Here we are. Still two duplication potions, by the way. Ditch a defend at this point. It's a good sign when your silent is removing defends. That's a pretty good indication that things are going well. One more piercing wail for the road to replace my defend. Currently have 3 of them. I do say that if you have a runic pyramid, take every piercing wail you see. Let's do it. Duplication potion stack with burst? Yes. And it's silly. The good kind of silly. But it definitely stacks, yeah. This is a bit awkward. Being attacked for 33 on turn 1. Footwork makes free. I could burst leg sweep to try to block, but I don't have burst in my hand anymore. Was that defect run actually on A20? No, that one got so many points because it killed all the elites and all the bosses without taking damage, which gave a huge bonus to its score. That one was just legitimately that high score. Poison can't break the heart's damage cap, no. This is what? This is already 30 block, actually. I don't need to burst anything. There is no need to burst. Are you happy with the right form? I got his piercing roll without Act 4. Still, like, really good. Not as ridiculously OP, but still very good. Definitely very good. Are we full blocking? By Apo Deflect? Yeah, I think we are, right? Yes. Hoping to, like, first Katakata or something. Get a little bit more of a poison counter to start with. That'll work. Got him. Oddly Smooth Stone is +1 dex. We don't need none of this crap. Let's fight ourselves a heart, shall we? First on turn 1, feeling pretty good. Feeling real good. Catalyst, also feeling good. We have a Piercing Wail in hand, means we don't take damage from the first multi-attack. We just want to get cards out of our hand here. Defend, Leg Sweep, Neutralize. Lets us draw 5 cards next turn. We get the boat thingy blocking for us. We have Piercing Wail in hand. We have the heart already weakened. Life will be good. We block a little bit too much this turn, but that's fine. Saving that burst for this Catalyst. Okay, here's the big hit. Here's Wraithform. Did we just play Wraithform? Really tempted to just play Wraithform. Definitely very tempted. duplant the Wraith. It'd be silly. Silly in a good way, mind you. If I dupont the Wraith, I don't get as much poison on the heart, though. I really want that number to be big. I think we've entered flexing on the heart territory. Cool. It's good to know. Okay, I have too many piercing whales. Damn it. Too many. So if I just regularly Wraith form, is that a giant waste? That feels like a giant waste. But, like, it's fine. It's also just fine. Oops, all piercing whales. No block? Dang. Dang, dang, dang. That means we don't perfect this fight. That's okay. I'm fine with that outcome, I suppose. Stop making burst free. I'm not ready to play it. Don't you dare. It's fine. There's like this turn or whatever, but that's annoying more than anything. More annoying than dangerous, really. Help. This means we get more poison, though. Let's do that. 35. Aha! So I'm gonna go Piercing Whale. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Do I have to survive another hit? Hold on. Yeah, I do. Ooh, did I screw this up? Hope not. I might need to survive another hit. So we have this turn, next turn's a buff turn, then there's an attack turn following that. I have to survive that attack turn, because we're only going to do 600. Okay. So we actually need to hold on to these potions, then. So I don't punt my win into the garbage pile. Because I really would prefer not to do that. 19 times 9 is basically 200. Do this. Okay. I definitely should have duped the Wraith form. If I lose this, I'd be very embarrassed. Okay, we have a Piercing Whale, so we can't lose to the multi-tack. It's just the big hit that I'm slightly concerned about. It really is only slightly. We should be totally fine here. No weaken, though. Okay, so multi-attack, we're fine. Totally, totally fine. Dupe, bandage up. Oh, we had Toy Ornithopter too. Yeah, we were totally fine. GG. GG. Not too bad. Something sleep. Something so shall I. We can actually see the the additional boss appearing in the run history compared to the previous one. We did fix the hiccup finally. How do you become as cool as Defect? Wearing a fancy hat thing on your head is probably the first step. You could also try like wearing taking an old school fishbowl and trying to duplicate the orb look by doing that. Is there a cap on poison? Not that I'm aware. Well, yes. Short answer, no. Long answer, there's a cap on the variable that holds the number the poison is. And that, the hardware limitation, or I guess software limitation, of that will be the limit of the poison. Do the claw and draw again? I'm happy to swap a boss relic here. Although the 18 hit points for a rare relic's pretty good too. What are our pathing options? We like fighting early elites. We're not necessarily going to be able to do that, but we like doing it. Yeah, we like taking double elites. Oh man, we really like this path that hits a late burning elite. We get the early shop. I don't think I'm willing to trade 18 damage to do that. 3 potions could help with that path. I'm going to take the boss relic swap, though. And we're going to get ourselves a black star. Oh, baby. We have to be careful with the black star start. Let's sit up properly. Like, black star gives us 2 relics when we defeat an elite. And that could be a lot of relics to sack, but we have to actually win the elite fights first, which is easier said than done. Much easier said than done. So I think we take 3 hallway fights to get maximum money, maximum potions, maximum card rewards, hit the shop, and then try to survive this path. I'm okay resting. Totally okay resting if we have to. We get turn 1. We take 1 here. We should be able to do 16 damage next turn with a decent draw. Yes. Okay. Oh man, Compelled River's a lot worse without a starting relic. Deal 7 damage, draw a card for each unique orb you have. Wonder if reprogram is like acceptable early on. Just like lean away. I don't think that works. There's no way that works. It's just not fast enough. You like get 1... Don't even counteract Lagavulin's debuffs quickly enough. Take a Compelled River. There's a decent chance we get one of the start with a orb or relics anyway. Okay, we need to take 2 here. Better damage going. Definitely want to add orb cards now. Colorless Potion is a weird potion, but sure, whatever. Beam Cell applies vulnerable and does damage, and I think that's pretty okay at the moment. Sweeping Beam deals damage and draws a card. That's pretty decent too. I like a Beam Cell a lot, though, for getting us through a Gremlin Knob fight in particular. Auto Shields is a pretty good block card in Act 1 Elites as well. So if we wanted to have a better matchup against Sentries and Lagavulin, Auto Shields goes a long way to making that happen. That might even be better. 11 for 1 is enough block that even Gremlin Knob doesn't, like... punish you hugely for this. Take the shields. 55. If we can get away with this much health, or almost this much health, into the elite fight, we should be okay? I have to hope that we'd be okay. Fire potion, attack potion, no potion, Sunder. Deal 24 damage. And if this kills an enemy, gain 3 energy, yes. Great against sentries, great against Nob. Very powerful card. And then there's Claw. I was hoping we'd see some orbs here. There aren't any to speak of, unfortunately. We could take Streamline, although I generally don't like Streamline and Sunder in the same deck. I like this energy potion to help us play that Sunder. Leap is actually pretty good, giving us more front-loaded block. Leap is quite good right now. Removing a card is not that good right now. I like Leap Energy Potion quite a bit, or Leap Explosive Potion maybe. Everything else is too fancy to try to use. We just need the stuff that does damage and attacks. Where's our money? This is all the money we've gotten from the start of the run. We're only on floor 4 here. So there's not much to have acquired. Like we slightly low-rolled our encounter gold, though. Should have an average of 144 right now. I think it is Leap Energy. Hopefully this is good enough. Okay, there's no way. Normally, I love taking the gold here. There is no way I can lose 11 health going into this right now. Leave it. Lose the 28 gold. Glad to be spent all that we had, pretty much. And we're not fighting Gremlin Nob, so I'm happy. That's pretty much all that needs to be said here. Let's see. Colorless Potion could be a couple of good things. Metamorphosis, Apotheosis, Bomb. I'm gonna drink this. Magnetism. Start of your turn, add a random colorless card into your hand. Be some really good scaling in this fight, giving us more options every turn, giving us potential setup cards. Maybe giving me an Apotheosis, no? Letting me play Sunder this turn if I want to. But I think I'd rather wake it up next turn by playing the Sunder, lose the Ascender's Bane, keep the secret weapon in the deck. It's all gonna be good. Enlightenment means I can also play Compeller. Means we shuffle without these 2 defends. I'm okay with that. Not bring that back at 1 cost. It's a shame the Enlightenment says this turn. It's not 1 cost again, unfortunately. It's lying. But I could use the Energy Potion to play Sunder again here. That's a pretty good move, actually. Secret Technique. It's me auto shields, we full block and get zap out. Is there any way I kill next turn if I do that? No, that's not a good plan, is it? Doesn't seem like a great plan. So we Secret Technique for dual cast. So that we guarantee draw auto shields defend next turn. So many secret weapons, though. And the Enlightenment actually doing stuff this fight. Wow. That went better than expected. Thanks, Magnetism. Thanks for the 20 gold, Magnetism. Unfortunately, our relics don't help us in the next elite fight. We get Juzu Bracelet, avoiding combats and question mark rooms, and Omamori pairing with it to negate curses. Go for the Eyes feels like a pretty reasonable addition, letting us do some weaken here. Or we can take Charge Battery for another good block card. I think we have enough good block cards, though, in Leap and Auto Shields. We need some more attack-based stuff to beat Gremlin Nob. So let's take this go for the eyes. And I think I upgrade Sunder here. Sure that does maximum damage. What I want is draw go for the eyes. Or auto shields. Decent Blessing of the Forge does 10 additional damage this turn with Blessing of the Forge. But doesn't otherwise really accomplish anything? I expect to take 32 damage this fight, give or take. Is that reasonable? That's reasonable. Yeah, that is our best blessing. Our blessing. So we should use it. Sad turn. The saddest turn. Oh, shit. We didn't draw Sunder. Might be dead, actually, because of that. Well, butts. Is there any world where I kill? Let's see, if I zap strike this turn, we have to kill next turn, right? Barring like a go for the eyes draw, maybe, that's lucky. Zap will do 6, strike will do 6, so that's 12. Bring to 38. I'd have to do 6 more somehow. The other option is strike, like leap, defend, maybe? Man, that's really unfortunate. We're just 1 damage short. Well, not 1, 2 damage short, I think. Be at 38. Yeah, 2 damage short if we draw go for the eyes. Brutal. So I have to go for the chance that we live, I think. Which is to play leap and strike, but not zap. She does dual cast and 2 strike plus win. Let's see. Do 3, 41. So next turn would be 16 plus 18. 32. Wait. 18, 16. It's 32. Yeah, 32. Puts it at 38. No. Okay. He did drug her for the eyes. Does not keep me alive, though. Rip. GG. As Sunder being on the bottom there killed us. That's alright. Happens occasionally. Was definitely an ambitious pathing with an ambitious start. GG. GG. Alright, Watcher, what do you have to offer me? Before the starts go. Yeah, we needed just like a little bit more to survive the knob, and we would have been okay if we survived knob. We just didn't quite get there. Did not quite get there. That could have happened even earlier, though, right? Like, we fought Lagavulin first, and that went smoothly. We could have died even earlier, had our draws been merciless 1 fight earlier. But those are the risks you sometimes need to take going early on Ascension 20 heart runs, I think. I like a common relic a little bit. Random rare on Watcher is pretty good, right? I think Watcher has a lot of really strong rares, and I think a random rare card is a really good way to get started with her. There's occasionally, like, some of the rare hits are bad, but most of them are pretty good. Spirit Shield, for example, is a great block card. Give 3 block for each card in our hand. That's excellent, and pairs well with our starting relic, the Pure Water, which puts a miracle into our hand that retains the start of each combat. Lotzer wants a dad joke, I got you covered. Now, one of the other jobs that I tried before streaming was I tried working at a call center in telemarketing, but turns out that wasn't my calling. Break both of those. Man, 15 block for 2 energy is pretty good. I guess it's not like that amazing. Pretty good though. Take 1. A couple different ways to take 1. One's better. No way to take 0 there. How unfortunate. Early Crush Joints and early Empty Fist, both of these are very good. Crush Joints lets us apply Vulnerable, Empty Fist lets us leave Wrath Stance. I'm currently thinking we can maybe go this way, or we can at least head up this way, and if we're feeling not confident, we go Fire Elite. If we're feeling really confident, we go Burning Elite. In either case, we get 3 fires, 2 elites, which is going to be as good as anything else on the right side gives us. Business was up and down too much. Like that one, Spectre. Empty Fist is so good. Let's take an Empty Fist first pick. I think that's a solid one. How's it going, Probs? We won our first 2 runs, and then Defect got completely splattered by the Gremlin Knob. So now we're playing Watcher. Much as I'd like to enter Wrath Stance here, it doesn't look like it's going to work out well for me. Any plans for Sunday Fun Day? I'm trying to do a thing called Variety Sunday now. That's what I've called it the last couple weeks. On Sunday, we're going to be checking out Trip to the Necrodancer as our community-voted game for the month. Oh man, Meditate? I love Meditate. I think I want to take Flying Sleeves here, just to get us a common attack and something that retains so that we can guarantee it gets doubled in Wrath Stance. I really like Meditate as a card. It does so much stuff. It returns a card to your hand, it puts you in Calm Stance. It upgrades to do that 2 cards, which is ridiculous. Completely good. I will definitely upgrade 2 cards at the cost of 20 hit points. I think that actually improves our odds against the Elite quite dramatically, especially if we hit Eruption or Flying Sleeves. Vigilance is good too. Vigilance upgrades for +4 block. Really happy with that. And honestly, Strike Plus is pretty good too. Strike Plus is pretty good too. Ooh, Cut Through Fate. One of my favorite early attacks for Watcher. Does damage, scries, and draws a card. And I like all of those things quite a bit. Sets up some scry synergies for your deck, and helps you cycle while still increasing the number of attacks you have, which Watcher cares quite a bit about. Collect is too fancy, although it makes Spirit Shield indirectly better by creating retaining cards. Empty Body is more stance control, but I think we already have enough stance control for the size of the deck. I have not played Richopolis, but I watched a little bit of Dolphin Chemist and Sneaky Teak play it. Looks like a cool game. When it gets a bit further along in development, we might end up checking it out. Let's see. 9 plus 14 plus 18. That's not a kill, right? That's only 41. We're 5 damage short of a kill here. Always check for lethal on Watcher. You might have it really unexpectedly. Truly, genuinely, unexpectedly. Give me your gold. No. I don't want to. Whenever you scry, gain 3 block. I like Nirvana. Doesn't do us a lot right now. I think the Consecrate works a bit better. We're a little bit worried about triple sentries, actually. Wonder if we have to take Consecrate just to make our sentries game a little bit more stable. Can I take this route? I want to. I really do need to Consecrate to do that. We're not that good against Gremlinob. Or Lagavulin. Might have to go this way. Yeah, we have no potions. I think that's the deal breaker, is that we have no potions. I'm gonna take their Nirvana and go left. We'll make the slightly greedier play, but also the safer play. Get that Eruption upgraded. Okay, next turn we're like almost guaranteed Spirit Shield and Empty Fist. Sounds good to me. Okay, Cut Through Fate gets Spirit Shield. Play Spirit Shield. Miracle and Empty Fist, so that we're no longer in Rat Stance. Take only 2. This turn might hurt a bit, though. Yeah, because I can't kill. Okay, pretty smooth Lagavulin fight. We get a Regal Pillow, healing us for 15 more when we rest, and a Fire Potion, doing 20 damage. My opinion on retaining cards that help you control stances. I don't often find myself taking, you're talking about, what is it called? Tranquility and the other one. Crescendo. And I think those cards are... they're okay. I don't often take them, but they're very useful at the same time. Because they make it really hard to get caught in a bad stance. Okay, Regen Potion means we might not be using this Regal Pillow after all. Ooh, Protect. Retain, gain 12. Pairs really nicely with Spirit Shield. Not sure how I feel about Evaluate. Wave of the Hand is great, but it's a little early to want it. Protect. Ooh, okay, we definitely don't need to use the Regal Pillow now. 10 more immediate hit points out of that pair. Means we can upgrade probably Ragnarok, right? This goes from dealing 25 to dealing 36. That's a really significant upgrade. A really significant upgrade. Especially if we can be in Rat Stance when we play it. Alright, what's on top of the deck? Flying Sleeves. I think I'm also going to regen pot now. Alright, there's a double damage or Ragnarok. Let's play it. I was a little bit worried that might happen. I can still Fire Potion to make this fine. Or I can just take 10. Yeah, I can kill 2 of them, but one of the 2 is not this one on the left. So we're taking 10. This guy, none of our attacks do 20 damage. So it's either Fire Potion or take 10. We can stretch the fight out regardless of whether that happens or not. 10 health Fire Potion? Gotta keep the Fire Pot. Healing! For every 5 cards in the deck, we heal 3 when we enter a rest site. Pretty happy with my choice to keep the potion now. With a Nirvana in our deck blocking when we scry, I think a second Cut Through Fate is a really good addition to what we've got going on here. Although I do like the Fear No Evil as well, as a way to get into Calm Stance. See, if the Ironclad run, or the Defect run had these relics, we would have been okay. It's all we needed. 10 more hit points. How much damage is this? By Eruption Ragnarok. This is 12 times 6. The 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 does not kill if I don't use the Fire Pot. I'm okay taking 8. 8 is a reasonable amount, especially with Eternal Feather. Feels bad, though. That is kind of terrifying. Give my energy back, please, and thank you. Still not enough to kill, though, hey? Okay. I don't use beta cards arts very much. I find that the art of the cards is really important to my ability to recognize them and to be able to play them effectively. When Watcher first came out, all of her cards didn't have art, and it created a really uncomfortable play experience for me, being unable to quickly parse, like, what's in my hand. A lot of the time I'm processing stuff just in my peripheral vision. And I require the stock arts to do that. What am I doing in this fight? I'm just, like, putzing around. There's a Crescendo. We could try taking a Flurry of Blows as well. Going back to our hand when we change stances, although I think I'd rather have a Weave at this point. Sash Whip. Crescendo is kind of cool, actually. Let's take a Crescendo and give it a try. Don't think I take that card enough. take a kill. Not a kill, but a transform here. Strong Potion, second Ragnarok's kind of interesting. I like a Halt too. Lots of block if we're in Wrath, which we now have more ability to be in. I don't think we can really lift the weight of a second Ragnarok right now. Let's take a Halt. Halt is good against Hexaghost too. I'll probably use the Strength Potion against Hexaghost. Damn. How unfortunate. Okay, 2 times 6 is very much reasonable. Go ahead and block 20 though. Do the damage though. Have to get through this turn before we can go into Wrath stance though. If I'd known we were going to draw Vigilance, I probably would have played last turn. That's fine. That's okay. Perfect. That's what I wanted to see. As soon as we draw Ragnarok, we win. There it is. GG Hexaghost. Not too bad. A little bit sketchy at times. Oh man. You're making me choose between my Child Blasphemy and my Child Vault? Blasphemy upgrades to Retain, puts us immediately into Divinity's stance, causing us to deal triple damage. And then we die next turn. Which is fine, because there won't be a next turn. Tripling the damage of Ragnarok is a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. It's only a little bit of that, that's right. Exactly, you understand. Alright, choices are Pandora's Box. Transform all of these Strike and Defend cards into hopefully something more useful to us. Tiny House for the old bunch o' stuff. Or Calling Bell for a unique unremovable curse, and 3 relics. I'm a big fan of Pandora's Box, generally. 8 transforms results in, on average, 1 or more rare cards. Maybe some retain cards to make Spirit Shield better. Blasphemy cannot be blocked by Artifact, but it is possible to block with Intangible, though. Oh, man. Double Worship Diva Form, double Halt Wave of the Hand, Study Collect. That's a lot of setup. Okay. That is a weird mix of cards to add, but I think it's really powerful. What is this act layout? Even. What even is this? Hello? Elites and fires like zigzagging everywhere. But I have to beat an elite before I can take any fires? That's terrifying. I don't want to do that. I can go like this way. This way is safer. Try to maybe fight Burning Elite or just go bunch of fires, no elites at all. Get a bunch of upgrades to sacked. Always end up with too much setup and not enough front load. Watchers definitely really benefits from front load, and stuff like Empty Fist and the Cut Through Fates really help a lot with that. We're starting over here. These nerds. Welcome back, nerds. I can double worship this turn, but like to what end? To no end. Yeah, there's really no benefit to that. Alright, I'm gonna Swift Potion here. For all 3 more. That actually didn't help. Amazing. Well, that's not quite true. I can Crescendo to block with halts. So we can get a full block. So we go Vigilance, Crescendo, Halt, Empty Fist. Sure. I could play a study if I wanted to. I don't. Okay, I'm just full blocking. If Cut Through Fate draws Ragnarok, that'd be what, 18 times 6? 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, that would kill. Also just works. Of course, that means we can't blast me to kill. Ew. Really? Damn. Well, this is not the start we wanted to the act, that's for sure. That's for sure. Looks like we wave, halt, protect, we block for 15. Weaken them both, take like 8. And we don't do any damage? Cool. Okay, that's not that bad then. Got all our money back. Prostrate is maybe a thing. Sands of Time is okay. Retaining cards. They're more setup though. Feels like we need more front load. Feels like we need a lot of upgrades right now. I'm gonna skip all this. Really, I gotta get this upgraded. Damn. I'm gonna dare to play Eruption. That might really bite me in the butt. Currently have lethal with Ragnarok, so we have to just find it. Or we can Vigilance, and then next turn we get completely obliterated. I'm gonna go for the Ragnarok draw. Bit more damage than I meant to there. Third Eye plus Scry 5, gain 9 block. That's what we need. That is exactly the sort of thing we need right now. 379 gold. Honestly, this path feels a little bit more safe. We get one less elite, same number of fires. We get to spend our money at a shop, remove a card from this mess that we're looking at. Probably Crescendo, hilariously. Although I could see removing, like, Collector Study maybe as well. Bottled Diva form is also an option. That is definitely an option now. Start with this power in our hand every turn, every fight. That's really good. Really good. Especially in Champ, but it's not good in, like, Slaver's fight, though. Wing Boots lets us teleport around, pathing without needing to have our paths connected. Lets us get additional upgrades, lets us get additional healing off the Eternal Feather. I like Foresight, combined with our Nirvana. Even more Scry. Really get the block engine going. I'm not sure bottling the Diva form is a good idea. I like Deceive Reality a lot as a good block card. I like Foresight, I like card removal. Rip is an interesting option, too. Yeah, Wing Boots might be value. We're potentially getting the green key here. Potentially. Very potentially. With the 2 halts, I do want the... 3 halts, sorry, I do want Crescendo still. What do I remove? Like, one of the warships are good. Eventually. It's not yet. We want both Eruption and Vigilance. We want Protect. We want the Cut Through Fates. We want the Nirvana. We want all the halts. We definitely want Wave of the Hand. Like, Study, maybe? Collect? Can't have both Study, Collect, and... all 3 of Collect, Study, and Diva form. Maybe it's Collect that we're removing. Let's remove Collect. Take those 2. Do I want to trip? Like, kind of, yeah. Get some Bull going. No strikes, so we'd be adding 5 bites at the cost of 24 max health? Hell no.
Excellent
Get out of
work,
here.
Commander.
Apparitions, on the other
Council
hand.
is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
Those I'll happily take. Mystic Mouse, thank you so much for 3 months. Interaction between Incense Burner and Blasphemy. It's a good one. If you're intangible, you don't die. I would show that off, but I can't. Apparently. That's not good. Okay, we go Divinity next turn, even without the aid of stuff. Blasphemy. God. Ooh, duplication potion's very powerful here. Kind of like a Curve Reality. That's immediate damage that also turns into Retain, although maybe Flying Sleeve's just better. How does one utilize Collect? You get that it's effectively, you know, doubling the energy, but later. Doesn't seem worthwhile unless you play it with 0 or 1 energy. It's a lot better if you upgrade it, so that you can play it for 0 and get 1 Miracle Plus on the next turn. It's also potentially pretty good with Ice Cream. Really good with any sort of thing where you want to increase the number of cards in your hand, or if you have a Dead Branch. Or a Letter Opener. Lots of relic interactions that make it a lot more tolerable. But you do have to, like... It does feel like something where you need a surplus of energy and to be able to invest in, kind of like Outmaneuver. In a lot of ways, but a bit better than Outmaneuver. It is definitely hard to, like it a lot of the time. Okay, with Apparitions, I think we just, like, go this way. No, I don't take a study. Set up next turn, though. Okay, double worship. Guaranteed next turn. Let's see if I can do anything with that. Probably not. Get 3 energy back. It's so mediocre. To duplication potion. $18 times 0.75. 13 damage per hit. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 64, 13. Can't do math. And then 5. So 3 hits, 4 hits, 5 hits. Okay, so that works. If I'm willing to use the dupe pot. Then we just win. Pretty valuable potion, but, you know, situation is dire. It doesn't really change. It's not going to let me, like, win with 1 Ragnarok. We're only barely winning with 2. It's true Flirt Freak. When the stream's over, I just turn off the camera, but I'm actually here 24/7 in this chair. The boot! Incredible. We deal 4 less than block attack damage up to 5. I like an Evaluate Plus. That feels pretty comfy. Or does it? Or paint, upgrade 2 skills. Come on, apparitions. Cool. 1 apparition, 1 halt. Feel okay about that. I will definitely fight these nerds. I will most definitely fight these nerds. Oh, I didn't want to draw that. It's pretty good, though. Grab him, bear! Oh man, should have played that worship last turn. Blah. Ah, gross. We're in deep trouble now? trouble now. If I lose? I think I might lose this fight. Yikes. Well, we do have apparitions coming up. 2 of them in too many cards. You can Wave of the Hand, Vigilance, Safety. Take relatively little this turn. But the longer this fight goes on, the worse this is going to get for us. Is there any other winning route through the fight? I try to Ragnarok. Can we Fire Potion somebody? If I hit them 3 times? Which is almost a guarantee, actually. Otherwise they're hitting everybody exactly 2 times. This might be Ragnarok, Fire Potion, and like Miracle. I think so. Cool, we got Romeo. Works for me. Okay, we got Apparition next turn. Good. +27 plus 24 should be a kill. Okay. We're live. We lost our potion. We got a red mask now, though. Ooh, lesson learned is cute if I somehow thought that we could possibly add another dead card to the deck for now. I like Just Lucky here. Let's just look at the top card of the deck. Attacks for a little bit. Triggers Nirvana for a little bit. Skipping is also completely valuable. You cannot Orange Pellets the die next turn effect. No, you can't. Speaking of dying, we might be dying here at the Elite fight. Let's see how this goes for us. Max health Gremlin Leader. Yeah. Can't kill any, so we're guaranteed being attacked next turn. We just kind of have to hope that an apparition shows up on top of the deck. I will play Diva for him. And I will play Evaluate. And we cross our fingers here. Just die. Hold on. To block for, let's see, this 33, 43 incoming damage. I have to block for 21. I can block for 21. Okay, we're not dead. That's good. We are not, in fact, dead. Because we can crescendo, halt, and then vigilance to block for 18, 30. Cool. I don't get to kill anything. No. I could deliver 16. I'd rather just get a power down, though. Probably the Foresight here. Go to what, 10? Yeah, 10.
I don't know where people are getting those damn Advent burgers.
Or AG.
But if I find another wrapper stuffed under one of these command consoles, there's gonna be hell to
Thank you for the ridiculously long-standing council support. Truly absurd. Let's see, 18... This is 27 times 6. That does not kill. Although it might with the cut-through fate. And the... no. Don't want to shuffle without Ragnarok. Okay, we have Divinity available to us, it's just not worth doing. So we have no attacks. Fair enough. Sometimes there's not enough attacks in this deck. It's not good. Guaranteed being attacked next turn. Good. Excellent. And all such things. Really want to upgrade one of those warships. Just one of them. Doesn't need to be both. Does need to be one of them, though. Hey, Lizardtail will save us if we die one time. I like that a lot. Kinda dig a third cut-through fate. I do dig a third cut-through fate. Deal damage, scry. We heal almost all of our hit points there. Get some stuff upgraded. One of these warships. We take events or fights. The Diva Form upgrade makes it not ethereal, which we... Eh. 1 to 20 to add, we could get another Nirvana, Third Eye, Weave. Wait, talk to the hand? No talk to the hand, but Weave is here. Whenever we scry, return this from the discard pile to our hand. With 3 cut-through fates, and a Third Eye, and a Foresight. A Weave is an incredible addition to what we've got going on. And I'll fight these nerds. I kind of regret it. If I double this, it's going to be 36. Only blocking 24. But safety gets me there. Our halts. Have we used that diva form even one time? We used it in the Gremlin leader fight that we just had. It was pretty good. Pretty good. Man, really? Really? We can blasphemy if we have 2 intangible. Yeah, I just didn't get a good opportunity to, like, do so in a way that would actually kill anything. Nirvana. Second Nirvana is pretty reasonable at this point. We have so much scry. We will beat Champ pretty handily, I think. Second Nirvana. Grab an upgrade on... probably a second Apparition. Nirvana upgrade is decent. Upgrading the Foresight to scry more cards is decent. Definitely feels like we could use maybe more attacks, maybe, somehow, possibly. Probably. No idea what I'm supposed to upgrade. Too many options. Way too many options. Study is a decent upgrade, just so it's actually playable. Give me that. Crescendo's a good upgrade too, also, so it's actually playable. Okay, I'm pretty okay with Weave on turn 1. Flying Sleeves in hand. Our goal against Champ is essentially get all of our powers in play. That's pretty much all there is to it. All there needs to be to it. Second Nirvana. Sure there's not a Diva form on top. There is a Diva form on top. Put that in play. Okay, now we're fine. More and more energy every turn is going to get out of control for the Champ here pretty quickly. Certainly more quickly than he knows what to do with. Maybe an Apparition here. I was supposed to play Worship before I did that. That's fine. Now we're talking. Life is good. What does Mantra do? Mantra is how we get into Divinity stance. When you get 10 Mantra, it's when you'll go Divine. Gonna play that Worship? Yes. We're just gonna do all the damage in the world to Champ here. GG Champ. Got a feeling that Watcher's my favorite character at the moment. She might be. She's pretty strong. Brilliance is a nice delivery mechanism for our damage if we need another attack to actually, like, hit stuff with, and I think we do. Could actually take Second Blasphemy with these apparitions. Brilliance just feels like a great damage card, though. Conjure Blade is too much setup. Way too much setup. Okay. Boss Relic-wise, we're looking for either Snecko Eye, or I would take a Pyramid, but I'd feel weird about it, or more better, just like a Coffee Dripper or any Energy Relic. There's that Coffee Dripper. This is like an easy, really easy Coffee Dripper. Gain energy, but we can no longer rest at rest sites. That's fine. Eternal Feather heals us like to full every time we visit one anyway. Busted Crown reduces our card picks in exchange for 1 energy, and the Violent Lotus gives us energy when we leave Calm, but every turn sounds great with Dripper here. Blasphemy does not count as 10 mantra, no. Nor does a divinity, like an Ambrosia Potion, or any other way of entering divinity without gaining mantra. Okay, fairly unrestricted pathing here. I like the shop with all the money we have. I think no matter what we start here, go to this question mark, and then we can go anywhere in the act from there. So let's see what our first few floors look like, and then figure it out from there. Oh, so much nicer to have. Let's play that. So much nicer to have 4 base energy. High risk, high reward is definitely an apt way to describe Watcher. That is definitely true. Alright, Mr. How do you already have 15 thorns? I haven't been in this fight that long. Have I? Yeah, I have. Oh, I've got apparitions, though. This will work. Draw the Cut Through Fate. 12. 33. Plus another 24. Yeah, that's enough, right? Yes. There we go. Froststride is another mantra generating thing. I'd rather have a devotion. Don't want any of this. Okay, these 3 nerds will be fairly tricky, probably. Do a lot of damage to me pretty quickly. Not too bad. Rip the one in the end. This one's guaranteed attacking next turn with bonus strength, so I'd like to be able to maybe kill it. Or just be intangible. Just being intangible seems good as well. Okay, I can just play that Demon Form. Sounds pretty good. do I Wrath Stance? Probably not, although... Let's see, 9, 14, 14... Flying Sleeves gets a kill. Highly unlikely that I kill them all with Blasphemy, unless I draw into Ragnarok here. I think we just start cutting through the fates. Okay, there's Ragnarok. Okay, now do we kill them all? Hold on. This would be 18 times 6. I would have 6 energy, so I can play everything. This would be 18 times 6. This would be 24. This would be 21. This would be 27. Um... 18 times 3 is 54, right? Yes. Be 1, 2, 3, do 36. This enemy has 66 left, so we'd have 30 damage left to do. I think that's a kill. Pretty sure that's a kill. Includes a really powerful AoE attack to be multiplying with different stances. I've been beaten Hades yet? I have not. I'm thinking about playing some after this run, potentially. We'll see how long the rest of this takes. But I would like to get a little bit of Hades in this weekend. Although I actually have to do like a real life thing later. Maybe I don't have time. Shit. Shoot! Either way, I'll be playing some Hades soon. Whether it's today or not, I'm not sure. I don't know if I want these cards. Get out of here. They're not upgraded. Leave. Leave my presence. Make like a tree and leaf. I'm gonna fight elites, right? Presumably. What even is real life? This enemy changes their attack intent every time we hit them with a hit of some kind. That's spooky. On occasion. Yeah, play to perform, huh? Oop. Cannot. Empty body. Then I can block. Please no. Wait, did I have a kill with, Blasphemy there? Might have, actually. 8. Yeah, I totally did. Damn it. Spacing out here. That's gonna cost me. It's gonna cost me big. Probably. Just worship plus. Can't leave my stance. We have to Nirvana. That's your fate. I can't... Well, I can crescendo weave? I suppose, in theory. I have 2 halts in my hand. That could be really disastrous, though. Feels like I have to just take this curse now, because I didn't... Because I missed my lethal. Nope, I refuse to do that. Rather just die. Which appears what I'm going to do. Save me. Ah! Totally fine. Easiest game I've ever played. Ever. Hilarious. I still can't kill it. Amazing. We can Eruption Blasphemy, but that doesn't do what we want it to do. Take another 8 here. That's fine. We didn't get cursed, and that's what matters. Right? We didn't get cursed? Right? Let's see. 39 does kill, yes? Just verify. 16 plus 19. 35. Good. Get math to save my life. I'll take another third eye, though. With this scrying going better together. There's that devotion if we want one. There's also a boat thingy giving us 14 block on turn 2, which I quite like. Liquid Memories feels pretty good as well. I really like a card removal too. There's definitely one too many cards in this deck right now. Well, there's more like 10 too many. 10 too many cards. I do Devotion card removal. Definitely feels like a Devotion would go a long way towards making this better. Remove the... I like Crescendo that much, but it's kind of like the reason our halts can block. Six. Maybe remove one halt. Do that. Remove one halt. If that's correct. I have no idea if I'm like playing this run correctly at all. We're still alive. So I'll take it. Each all these powers getting played. Good times. Aha. I see. The boot. Value. Oh, whoops. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. Good. Get ourselves a bag of marbles, one vulnerable to all enemies, turn 1 of each combat. We get to upgrade another card. Might be, like, either an apparition, probably devotion, actually. Don't think we need indignation or empty minds. Some more relics. Don't have our blue key yet? That's unfortunate. That stands so good against this opponent. Let's see, Worship Ragnarok next turn will definitely let me play another card. Or 2. $120. Oh, wait, what? Haha! What do you mean I drew this? Excuse me? Oh no. Well, that's not good. What do you mean this is what I drew? Is there any route that doesn't involve Lizard Tail saving my life? I don't think so. Dang. Dang. Potion will not save my life. Well, I don't think it will. Hold on. Let's verify that properly, like. Potion's going to reduce the transient's health damage by 20, which is not going to save my life. Even with Protect here, right? Be 100 incoming. We don't block for 100. So we die. Very rude. Exceedingly rude. With apparitions at the bottom, so we just survive the next 2 turns very easily, but like, damn. That really hurts to lose Lizard Tail very suddenly like that. And is not a good omen for how this is going to perform later. Oh well. Stance Potion definitely helps a lot. Or evaluates. Like... Okay, probably getting Diva Form in play for free next turn is a really big deal here. Or almost for free. Almost for free. turn 3, so we're being attacked next turn. One. Yeah, now we're talking. Now we're definitely talking. Got Divinity this turn. Does that actually do anything for me? Yes. Yes. Actually do Divinity 2 turns from now. I want Divinity next turn. We go Divinity this turn then. Not bad. How's it going, Galvatros? Okay, Letter Opener is great. Every time we play 3 skills, we deal 5 damage to all enemies. Although Third Eye is tempting, Second Blasphemy is kind of hilarious. Let's take the Third Eye Plus here. More Scry, more Block, more Letter Opening. More good times. Wanted to die, didn't die. Excellent. Good. Excellent. Thanks. Good turn. Damn, I have so many powers. Way too many of them, as it turns out. Way too many of them. Second Liquid Memory is interesting. I could see taking a Prostrate. Gives us even more Divinity. A little bit more block. $35 cards is like already too many though. Yeah, we do need more damage. I'll take it. Feels weird. Though. Just get Devaform in play on turn 1. That's well worth it. Could have discarded Brilliance there. Die this turn. Nope. Denied. That won't kill. End in Wrath stance? That's risky. Don't do lots of damage, that's also risky. So I can do Vigilance, Crescendo, Apparition, Ragnarok, End in Wrath stance. I think that's a good idea. It was a good idea, damn it. Been tricked. Pretty good turn next turn. Rude? Oh, that's extremely rude. Boot valued on, son. Ah! Well, that's distressing. Ow. Okay, Orichalcum definitely appreciated. There's that second blast. How many of those have we get offered now? 4? 4 copies? I don't have any link to the chair, unfortunately. I've not been able to track down anybody selling this exact model of chair. Toxic egg. No. I don't like this store. Secret Technique's pretty good, yeah. That helps a lot, actually. Letting me, yeah, I think we need that. We need that. Ooh. Duplicate Apparition Plus is probably the play, right? Buys us more time to get this thing set up. Ragnarok's an option, Blasphemy is an option, Diva Form's an option. Gotta be the Apparition, though. We get a nice juicy heal here off of the Eternal Feather. Recall with 25. Okay, Nirvana, Third Eye on turn 1, pretty good. Secret Technique on turn 1 to get a retaining card out of the draw pile is pretty sweet, actually. Wow, Secret Technique's really good here. I think we just pull Protect. And I don't play this. Times 3, okay. Diva Form has to be played, more or less. This blocks for 10. Block for 14. We have 2 fights to do this. Don't get to play Devotion. Rude. Actually, I do get to play Devotion. Fine, that's fine. 3 cards next turn. Hopefully that's enough. I can do Vigilance, Protect, Evaluate, take exactly 0. Or we can keep Protect in our hand, do Nirvana Apparition Vigilance. That might be better. Then we keep Protect. I really need to get the Nirvanas in play. Right, like that. We're not playing Study because of Time Eater being big rude. Brilliance is going to be our main way that we scale. Cool. Since Time Eater ends our turn and gains strength every time we play enough cards, there's a practical limit to how many of our weaker cards we are allowed to play. I think I just hold that. So where is our damage? I think Brilliance is going to be almost all of it. Which is definitely worrisome, right? Leave Divinity, leave Wrath next turn, so let's get some stuff going here. Okay. That's right, that's how much damage? You want me to do what? Die. It's a big ask, Mr. Time Eater. I think I can block this without necessarily using our apparition here. Let's try. That's 54, right? Yes, 54. So take 1. Can't play that. Time Eater's getting very angry. We can set up a good Divinity turn next turn. Okay, that does 189 damage now. And he's dead. We found our damage, finally. GG. Good fight, Time Eater. Now for the Awakened one, who is going to be way harder than Time Eater was, because we are very power dependent. I don't really know how we win this fight, actually. Is Divinity new? Yeah, Divinity's... or, not Divinity. Brilliance. This one, dealing additional damage equal to your mantra gain. That is relatively new. This card got reworked 3 or 4 times. How do I not die here? Man, imagine if Wave of the Hand was upgraded. I think I have to play at least one Nirvana. Secret Technique's pretty good. Secret Technique for, what, like Third Eye? Yeah. Imagine getting Jonu and Deca here. Wouldn't that be nice? Okay, I can Divinity next turn if I want to. Looks like that results in my death, though, probably. I'll still think I need to. It'll let me kill a bird with Brilliance. But I might just die next turn. If I keep these 3 on top. Otherwise I can cut through Fake Trip. Don't play Worship. Take the 3. This turn might be just death. We'll see what happens. Oh, it's the multi-attack. Oh boy. Well, that's extremely fortunate. And by fortunate, I mean, oh god, no. Don't do that to me. 25% chance that Awaken One multi-attacks on turn 2 instead of on turn 3. If we can figure out how to not die on this turn, things might be okay. Worship gives me 5 energy after I play it. Shield doesn't do anything. Only draw 1 card? I'm just dead then, right? We have to use the Liquid Memories to try to not die? Propels S. So these are the things I can get back with Liquid Memories. Finding an Apparition would also help, right? That's the other option. Try that. Nope. Nope. Our best way to block. Okay, Diviform next turn, along with some block cards, might allow me to get somewhere. Take 3. Although I can't actually... Yeah, I can't... Well, no, hold on. We can play this. Apparition Diviform is gotta be worth it. I don't think we win without that. Just don't think it happens. Can I afford to play Devotion? I'm not sure that I can. Two Apparitions coming up. Awakened 1 is already at 6 strength. It's Foresight still in the draw pile. Still several powers in the discard pile. It's getting spooky in here. The longer we can stall for time, the better, though. We're going to get more and more and more and more and more energy. Next turn's a multi-attack, right? Yeah, I think we do need the devotion to ultimately do enough damage. Gonna get played here. It's only 10 times 4. Actually not that bad. I like block for that much. Without an apparition? Madness. Almost. Let's see, 4 block, 14 block, 26, 38 block. Take 2. Keep the apparitions around. Though the next couple turns are gonna be rough without protect. And we could just die next turn. The other option is to play both apparitions, or just one apparition. Spend 1 apparition.
4 months of support. We are extremely impressed.
Drifio, thank you so much for the 4 months of Tier 1 support. Hecking. Appreciate that continued council funding. I hope you in turn enjoy the renewed smug sense of superiority. Despite all odds, I am not currently dead. Fascinating. Want to collect that in our hands? Spirit Shield's good. We can actually just block with that. If I can kill this turn, that'd be even better. Doesn't look like I can. Also order. Take 1 more. Good. Okay, that lets me get Foresight in play by killing the Awakened One here. This next turn's going to be tough to block, but I think we have it covered. Hopefully. Yeah, we're fine. Good. Good. Divinity until next turn. with weaken. Jeez. That is terrifying. $180. This is over, no, this is, yeah, this is over 100, right? Yep. Okay, we actually won that fight. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Heart of the Spire? Source of this evil? Not actually dead. Somehow. We got one last upgrade. No idea. Like Nirvana, probably? I don't know that we're gonna have enough. Actually, Wave the Hand. Has to be the upgrade. Rip all of that stuff. Got a Stance Potion, 37 hit points, and a bit of a dream here. Also, we don't have 37 hit points anymore. We have 2. 2-ish. At least we get to scry the burns off the top of the deck next turn, so that's nice, I suppose. Let's hope we draw an Apparition. Did not. Wait, am I just dead? We have exactly 40 block, and we're dead. Is there any other thing I can do? Guess I should have discarded Deep Form, huh? But we needed really good draw order for the Act 4 fights. Hot? Sure. Oh. Yeah. You can't kill me, I quit. GG. GG. A painful loss for the Watcher. That one is a weird deck. I feel like I went wrong really early on in this one. The Nirvanas were not fast enough for this to be feeling good in Act 4. Wouldn't say that Pandora killed me, per se. But the direction we went after the Pandora's box didn't get us a win. Honestly, the Blasphemy did not do much for us. Really unimpressed with it. And so it feels like it was the wrong answer in a deck that I guess didn't have enough retaining attacks. So we needed something like Sands of Time. I don't know. I don't know. In any event, that is where I'm going to wind things down for tonight.
Commander, we've just received the support of another council
I've been live
member.
for over 5 hours, and I've got a real-life responsibility I got to take care of, so I don't actually have time to play any Hades, but there will be Hades on the channel soon. Video Game Despot, thanks for gifting a tier 1 sub to Kavista. Kavista, welcome to the council. Enjoy the emotes, community, etc. If you like Slay the Spire, you're in the right place. We're live 6 days a week, usually with some kind of Spire, but also other roguelikes. Tomorrow, we'll be playing Crypta the Necrodancer as our community-voted game for the month. And then, who knows what on Monday? I'll try to get some Hades in on Monday, since we didn't play any today. Want to see me play Necrodancer? Tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when we'll be starting. Problems, hope to see you there. Or catch the VOD if you're asleep by then, which I would understand. Although you're not asleep now, so that wouldn't make any sense. Alrighty, everybody, have a good night. Ta-ta for now, and I'll see y'all next time. Thanks for watching.